Welcome to New Possibilities. I speak truth without fear. Today we lost a legend. Today we lost a legend in journalism, Gwen Ifill. Moment of silence. Her for her accomplishments. Send peace and blessings to her, and I hope that she rests in peace. Family and her loved ones. A moment of silence. All right, so today we're going to talk about, just wanted to have a brief moment of silence to recognize the accomplishments and the life of Gwen Ifill, a legendary journalist. Talk about what it means for Black people and where do we go from here. And please let me know if you're having difficulties hearing me. Copy. So I'd like to know if people are watching, if I'm choppy, if the audio is going in and out, because I don't want to broadcast. I want to make sure that it's a quality broadcast so that you can hear everything that I'm saying. Broadcast. Yeah, I see that somebody left a comment. I don't understand. I see Miss Legit is here. Peace and blessings to you. Can you hear me okay, Miss Legit? Am I choppy? I just want to make sure that the audio is good. Peace, TR 5003. If you all can let me know if you hear me loud and clear. Because I know that during my last hangout, it was real choppy, so I had to delete the hangout. So I want to just let me know if you can hear me. Am I breaking up? Do I sound clear? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. And no one said that I don't sound clear, so I'll just take that as a yes. Oh, cool. Okay, I see Miss Legit said that I sound good. All right, that's great. So today I'm just going to talk about this election and what it means for Black people. Many of us were deeply disappointed with this election, and most people know my position. But for those of you who don't know, during the election, I initially supported Bernie Sanders. I supported him during the primaries. When he lost the primaries, he actually lost the primaries, I took the position that I was Bernie or bust. Like either Bernie was going to win the primaries and he was going to be the nominee, or I was going to vote for a third party candidate because of various reasons that I oppose Hillary Clinton. And to just summarize those reasons briefly is, her support for the crime bill that helped contribute to mass incarceration in this country, especially among Black people, support for welfare reform, which cut benefits for African Americans in general. Her support for disastrous trade policies that took jobs away from urban communities. That was another reason why I opposed her. I opposed her because of her support for the deregulation of Wall Street, which led to the financial collapse in this country. And I also opposed her foreign policy positions. Her support for the war in Iraq was based on a complete lie, a war that cost billions upon billions of dollars and cost thousands of lives. So for those reasons, I could not support Hillary Clinton. And I couldn't support Donald Trump because he represents everything that I despise. The man is a racist. The man is a sexist. The man is a bigot. The man doesn't have a temperament to be a president. The man doesn't have any experience at all running any kind of political body. He's never been a congressman. He's never been a mayor. He's never been a governor. The only thing that he has governed is business. The man doesn't know anything about politics in terms of how to actually run a state or a city or any of that stuff. So that, that's a huge problem for me in terms of me actually supporting him. I couldn't possibly support him. When I say he's a racist, his history based on the fact that he was sued twice by the Department of Justice for housing discrimination. And the Department of Justice, they don't just file lawsuits against people. They conduct serious, thorough investigations before they bring any kind of lawsuit. And in these types of cases, they often use testers to determine whether or not there's discrimination. So they'll send in a person with a similar profile, and then they'll send in a Black person, and they'll see how they're treated. And apparently Donald Trump had a policy where he didn't want to rent to African Americans. They actually had a code system set up so that they can avoid renting to African Americans. So this is a man with this kind of history. This man was forced to enter settlement agreements in those cases. So that's one example. Another example is this man. When asked about how to address the problem of police brutality in the Black community during one of the debates, this man, instead of coming up with actual solutions to the problem, this man touted law and order. This man actually endorses racial profiling. This man endorses New York style stop and frisk in Black communities. In New York City, for those of you who aren't familiar with this, the police stopped and harassed thousands upon thousands of innocent Black and Latino youth. Stopped them and frisked them, humiliated them. Most of the people, the overwhelming majority of the people, have guns on them. They did not have drugs on them. They were completely innocent. And in most of the cases, they weren't charged with anything. It's a colossal waste of time and resources. Resources being used to harass Black people. And Donald Trump thinks that's a good idea. Donald Trump is also a man who said that he doesn't want Black people counting his money. He wants Jews counting his money. The man is a racist. This man has made derogatory statements about Mexicans, referring to them as rapists, as criminals, as drug dealers. This man is a hateful person. This man is a sexist. This man has made all kinds of derogatory statements about women. The man is on tape talking about sexually assaulting women, boasting about this. So I couldn't possibly support somebody like this. I couldn't possibly support a man like this. A man who brags about not paying his taxes. A man who also supports discrimination against Muslims. And I'm a Muslim, for those who don't know. To that, I mean, this man wants to ban Muslims from entering this country. This man has talked about the possibility of having special identification for Muslims in this country. He talked about having mosques under surveillance. This man presents a neo-fascist agenda. There's no mistake that the KKK, that the Nazis, that all these right-wing, white supremacist organizations support this man. This is serious business. So I couldn't possibly support a man like Donald Trump. He's a scumbag, and it's a damn shame that this country would elect such a bigot, such a racist, such a sexist to run the country. So I'm in shock, that this man is actually the president of the United States, a damn reality star. It is what it is, though. I mean, America is nothing new. And I decided to go with supporting Jill Stein. And we all know how the election turned out. Donald Trump won, to everybody's surprise, to the surprise of all the pundits, to the surprise of the pollsters, just to the surprise of everyone, because using common sense, this man was not supposed to win the election. Not by any standard. He wasn't supposed to win. Division within his party, reportedly. The women voters, it seems like, just using logic, they would not support such a man, but he received a large percentage of support from white women. You would think, based on his anti-immigrant rhetoric, he have any support from the Latino community, and given the fact that the Latinos are a large emerging minority in this country, you would think that just based on the demographics that this man had no chance of winning. So everybody was shocked. And I did a couple of videos talking about, like, just my disappointment with Black leaders, well, so-called Black leaders, and YouTube personalities that have significant followings, that have hundreds, one has at least over 100,000 subscribers. They have lots of supporters. They're popular. And now that Donald Trump has been elected, now that a neo-fascist pig has been elected, an inexperienced buffoon has been elected, now all of these people want to complain about Donald Trump. Now all these people want to have something to say, but when they had a chance to make a difference, chance to encourage African Americans to actually use their vote to prevent this man from taking office, these people didn't do so. In fact, during the whole time of the election, these people were basically downplaying the significance of voting in federal elections. Them actually said that withholding a vote can be a means to be used as some kind of political strategy to influence politicians. Now, I've stated my position on this before, and I'm not going to restate it here. But if you can check out my videos, I've done lots of videos about this recently. I've done videos just about the importance of voting. That you had all these people basically discouraging African Americans from voting, and then after this man is elected, these people have the audacity to complain. And towards the end of this video, this dialogue, this hangout, I'll talk about what we need to do. But I think that one of the things that we need to do is prevent people from being elected. We have to prevent them from being elected. We cannot surrender, give up. We cannot surrender to hopelessness and self-defeat and bestow on the white man godlike qualities, rendering him all powerful and us just being weak victims. And too often, that's what I feel like a lot of people have. I mean, I think that a lot of people take on that kind of attitude. They talk about like, let's see, but these people don't want to actually do something to see. And we'll talk about that towards the end. But yeah, this is nothing new. This election of Donald Trump is nothing new. And I was watching a video of Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock on the Saturday Night Live show, doing this little skit where they were talking about the election. It was an election night, and there was a gathering of people. It was Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and a whole bunch of white liberals just watching the news, awaiting the results of the election. And these white liberals act like they were so surprised that somebody like Donald Trump would be elected, and they were so surprised that so many people in America are actually racist. And Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock were basically saying, well, this is what America's always been. I mean, it's a racist. So they weren't all shocked and surprised to see that you would have such a racist outcome. And I think that that echoes the sentiment of a lot of us. Because we go through these cycles. You'll have some liberals or so-called liberals, neoliberals, corporate liberals in office for a few years, and then the cycle repeats itself where you have the right-wing takeover. And I mean, the biggest example of a reversal, and I've mentioned this in another video, is just Reconstruction. How after Reconstruction, like during the Civil War, after that you had Reconstruction, and Black people were beginning to rebuild their lives. They were beginning to gain political power and influence, and they were building schools and all this stuff to educate Black people, to provide them with a college education. And shortly after that, when the federal government pulled out of the South, many of those gains were like reversed overnight. You had people were denied the right to vote, so they couldn't have any more representatives in Congress and all that stuff. People were terrorized by the KKK. So all those gains were erased. And I think that what we're experiencing now is a similar type of cycle. You had a Black president. And I think that the fact that we had a Black president for 8 years enraged in this country, the racist people in this country. And what we've experienced is a backlash is in the form of a racist like Donald Trump. And for anybody who for some reason is confused and they think, well, maybe he's not a racist. I mean, all you have to do is look at who he appointed as his chief strategist. He appointed Stephen Bannon as his chief strategist, a man who was like in charge of the alt-right site of Breitbart News. At one point, Breitbart was just a regular conservative news website. a regular conservative blog. But what this man did was he infused with with so-called alt-right sentiments, which is nothing but white supremacy. Alt-right and white nationalism are just euphemisms for white supremacy and racism. This man has said things like he doesn't want his daughters to attend a certain school in Los Angeles because of the number of Jews at that school. And we have to understand that a lot of times these people that are anti-Semitic, that hate Jews, they don't just hate Jews, they hate Black people too. They hate Hispanics too. They hate any group of people that is not white and Christian. These people have nothing but hatred. And with the influence of this man, Stephen Bannon, that website became a haven for racism. You know, I read several articles and they talked about how the comment sections to that website were basically like cesspools of white supremacy. This website had articles talking about hoisting Confederate flag high and proud. The website had anti-Semitic articles in it. And just going back to the Confederate flag, I mean, we know that the Confederate flag is a symbol of hatred. That's what it is. It is nothing but an equivalent to the Nazi flag. That flag was used as a symbol to defend slavery. And after the Civil War, nationists, racists used that flag as a rallying symbol. Jim Crow and the oppression of Black people. So this is the kind of man Donald Trump chooses to be his chief political strategist. That should speak volumes in and of itself. That should be a signal or a sign of where this country is headed with Donald Trump as the president. And as a result of this appointment made, he's receiving a lot of praise from the KKK. He's receiving praise. He's receiving praise from the American Nazi Party. He's receiving praise from people like David Duke. So this should be a sign, a symbol of where this country is headed. And, you know, I pointed out how I didn't support either candidate, but I think that it is intellectually lazy. I think that it is intellectually dishonest. And I think that it's flatly ridiculous to suggest that these two parties are one and the same, the Democrats and the Republicans. They're not one and the same. And any basic analysis of those two parties makes that clear and abundantly clear that they're not the same party. And people are going to realize the impact of this. I mean, Donald Trump is a man who says that he wants to appoint justices like Justice Scalia. Justice who opposed affirmative action. Affirmative action is a program that makes it possible for African Americans to get higher education. It is a program that helped bring about a larger Black middle class in this country. It allowed people like me to become lawyers. A program that allowed even Uncle Tom, like Clarence Thomas, to become a Supreme. A program that makes it possible for African Americans to become lawyers and engineers, scientists, doctors. as far as Scalia was concerned, that program was a form of reverse racism. This man opposed affirmative action. And this man actually said that Black people perhaps should go to slower tracked or slower paced schools, implying that Black people are less intelligent. Person that Donald Trump wants to appoint to the Supreme Court. A man who opposed the Voting Rights Act, who basically referred to sections of the Voting Rights Act as some kind of racial entitlement. So if that's any indication of what kind of justices we can look for under Trump, that is a frightening prospect. Since Scalia passed away, the court is evenly divided on a lot of issues, but now the court is going to tilt more towards the right. And then it's possible that this man may be able to appoint even more justices during his term. And the court can go further to the right. So basic rights that we take for granted today, like affirmative action, like voting rights, like different criminal justice issues, things that affect our daily lives, can be detrimentally impacted by this man being in the White House. And that's why it's so important to keep people like this out of power. It's one thing for somebody to be protesting in the streets, these white supremacists to be having their marches or their rallies. It's quite another thing to give them the seat of power to make decisions that affect our lives. And now these right-wing Republicans, they don't just have control over the White House. They have control over Congress. And they have control over very many state legislatures. And, it's really frightening what can happen. I mean, basic things that we take for granted, like Medicare, basic things that we take for granted, like Head Start, basic things that people take for granted, like Pell Grant loans, that make it possible for students that don't have money to go to college, to be able to get an education. Basic things like that are in jeopardy now. And something as simple as the Affordable Care Act. I know that people have different issues with it, but the fact of the matter is the Affordable Care Act has insured many thousands of people who were previously uninsured, who didn't have any coverage for medical care. It covers people who were denied coverage based on pre-existing conditions. Now that kind of coverage is in jeopardy. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we need to be concerned about with this election. Another thing we need to be concerned about is just the Justice Department under Trump. I hear all these people say Obama has done nothing for Black people. Obama's done nothing for Black people. And I really just think that a lot of these people that say this just haven't done their homework talking about. I mean, it's one thing to say that Obama hasn't done enough. It's quite another thing to say he's done nothing for Black people. And one thing that he has done for Black people is investigate departments who have racist practices, investigating these incidents of police brutality. I was reading an article today that talked about how the Department of Justice under Obama has investigated 24 police departments, and they've reached several consent decrees with these police departments to get rid of racist practices. Now, how is that going to change under President Trump? A man who, again, instead of putting forth proposals to end racial profiling and police brutality, this man has put an emphasis on law and order. And anyone that knows anything about the Nixon era, Anybody that knows anything about the Southern strategy knows that those words, law and order, are code words for cracking down upon Black people. It's code words for harsher and more intense policing in Black communities. And this man has already told you that he supports racial profiling and he supports stop and frisk. So what kind of Justice Department is this man going to create? Justice Department still enforce voting rights in this country, especially at this time where our voting rights are under attack, where Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act has been struck down, where you have all these jurisdictions that have a history of discriminating against Black people, a history of literacy tests, a history of poll taxes, a history of terrorizing Black people simply for trying to exercise their right to vote. Those jurisdictions, they no longer have to pre-clear voting law changes before they're enacted. So now many of these jurisdictions are rushing to impose laws designed to suppress the Black vote. And I've asked this question before in videos. If our vote didn't matter, why would these racists go out of their way to prevent us from voting? Why would they ban Black people from voting for hundreds of years? Why would they terrorize Black people for even talking about trying to vote? Why would they kill Medgar Evers in front of his home for advocating voting rights? Why would they kill those 3 civil rights workers for advocating voting rights? Why would they make it so difficult for Black people to actually vote by imposing ridiculous literacy tests that even the most intelligent person? Why would they do all that? Why would they strike down Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act if our vote doesn't matter? Why would they do all of that? Why would they impose laws like they imposed in North Carolina? A law that got rid of early voting, strict voter ID requirements, a law that ended same-day voter registration, a law that got rid of pre-registration, a law that eliminated out-of-precinct voting. Why would they go through all that trouble to suppress the Black vote if our vote didn't matter? And, you know, people have a lot of things to say about the vote this and why they don't want to vote, but they can't answer that question. Before, I don't get any answer to that question. I don't get any answer. And, you know, I was listening to a video where someone was suggesting that our ancestors died for nothing when they fought for the right to vote. And I think that that's just absurd on its face. I think that it's just ridiculous to suggest that. It's a dishonor. Who fought for our basic freedoms, our basic human and civil rights that we sit and take for granted. So that's one thing that I'm concerned about, just like the future of our voting rights, our civil rights, our, you know, this issue of police brutality. Bad now. Increased police presence in our communities, more interaction with these police under a Trump administration. You just wait. I mean, it is not a coincidence that the biggest police union in the country supported Donald Trump, because he supports their agenda. I mean, I think that a lot of these people that are so far to the left, so much to say about Obama. And, you know, I have my own criticism of Obama. Anybody who's read my written blog knows this. Anybody who's seen some of my videos understand this. But these people that are so critical of Obama, they're going to miss him when you have that President Trump in that White House. And yeah, it's just something else. And then right now, with the election of this Trump character, the races have become emboldened. They have been like just off the chain now. Like they really feel need to express themselves even more so than they had been doing before. You're seeing all these incidents of graffiti, racist graffiti around the country. You're seeing incidents of racism around the country. And I mean, it's nothing new. It's just that it's coming out now. It's like people feel like they are free to express it. Worry about some white students taunting Latino students by telling them, by saying, build that wall and all that kind of stuff. And, just making derogatory statements. Many crimes that happen around this country where Muslims are being targeted. It's just a terrible environment that we're living in right now. It's just awful. And I was reading an article today about some statement that this woman made in West Virginia about the First Lady, Michelle Obama. This woman's name is Pamela Ramsey Taylor. She was the director of Clay County Development Corporation. And this woman said this: "It would be so refreshing to have a classy, beautiful, dignified First Lady back in the White House. I'm tired of seeing an ape in heels." An ape in heels. And she's referring to Michelle Obama. This is the kind of venom that these people have. This is the kind of hatred that these people have. They don't even view Black people as human beings. Apes. They see us as monkeys. They see us as subhuman. And the thing about it is, this woman has the nerve to talk about somebody not having class, someone not being beautiful, and all this and that. Being dignified. But when you want to talk about that, let's talk about Donald Trump's wife, a woman who is all over social media. There are plenty of pictures of her nude, posing nude, posing, engaging in sexual acts with women. There's reports that she's done some sex tapes and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't sound classy to me. That doesn't sound dignified to me. Black woman who had such a history, who had such a legacy. Do you believe that they would give her a pass? They harassed Michelle Obama over wearing short sleeves, but they don't have anything to say about this Playboy bunny that's going to be our First Lady, or the First Lady in the White House. Someone that's done all these things, posed nude, posing, engaging in sexual behavior with women, reports of her having sex tapes and all that kind of stuff. I tell you, I mean, it's like the hypocrisy is just so obvious with these people. They claim to be about family values. You have these evangelical Christians supporting a man like Donald Trump, a man who has made all these vulgar and disrespectful statements about women, but yet they think that it's acceptable to support this guy. A man who has, I mean, for all intents and purposes, is a Playboy bunny. These self-righteous evangelical Christians don't have anything to say about that. So yeah, I mean, I just think that what we're witnessing is, just a reversal That's what we're witnessing. And not only does this administration plan to appoint a damn racist to be the chief strategist, there's talk considering appointing that Uncle Tom bootlicking, ass-kissing sheriff from Milwaukee County, talking about appointing this man to be the head of the Department of Homeland Security. A man who's made all kinds of disparaging remarks about Black people, about Black Lives Matter. A man who defends the police and denies that police brutality even exists. This is the man that they're talking about heading the Department of Homeland Security. So, I mean, these elections matter because these presidential candidates, when they are elected, they have power to affect our lives. And I hear people say, well, I'm not a part of the system, I'm bucking the system. As long as you live in the United States of America, you are subjected to this system. You are a part of the system, whether you want to be or not. You pay taxes like everybody else, connected to the laws, the regulations, and ordinances of this society. Those laws affect your life. Those laws determine what you can and cannot do. Those laws affect what kind of health care you're going to get, what kind of education you're going to be able to get, your children are going to be able to get. Those laws affect how safe your neighborhoods are going to be, both from criminals who are civilians and criminals in uniforms. Affect our lives. And the notion that you live somehow outside of the system or you're not a part of the system just is not factual. That's fantasy talk. Until you leave America, you are a part of this society. And if you're going to be a part of this society, if your life is going to be affected by the laws of this society, then why not do everything in your power to change those laws in a way that benefits you and your community? And the way you get laws changed is through voting for the right kind of politicians, through lobbying for your issues and your agenda, and through litigation and protest. So, I mean, I just think the prospect of having that Uncle Tom buffoonish sheriff in charge of the Department of Homeland Security is frightening. I mean, it's one thing for somebody to just head up a small little police department. Another thing for them to be in charge of a federal agency. That's quite another thing. And I was reading an article about the person that was on The Apprentice, and she somehow developed a friendship with Donald Trump, and she's now like one of his advisors, like on the African American community, trying to build ties between Donald Trump and the Black community. And she's one of the people that like spearheaded that meeting with all those Uncle Tom house Negro pastors. Like she recently did an interview, I think it was on ABC, I can't remember what program it was on, but she did an interview and she was talking about how people abandoned her, like her friends, like one of her bridesmaids no longer talks to her, and some of her friends have turned their backs on her. And she says that they turned their backs on her, even though all she was trying to do, in her words, was trying to help the Black community. And I just want to talk about that for a second. You know, people may say, well, that's harsh. They turned their back on her. I think, and before I go further, I'm going to get to the comments in the chat room after I just make these brief remarks. And I'll shout out everybody. But I know some people will say, well, that's harsh. Why did they turn their back on their friend, just for her politics and her views and stuff like that? I think that it's a good thing that they turned their back on her. The reason why I say that is because there have to be consequences for those who betray the Black community, those who sell out the Black community. And any Black person that's going to align themselves with a man such as Donald Trump, they have sold out the Black community. They have put their own individual ambitions ahead of the people. That's what has happened. And I've already gone through the laundry list of reasons why Donald Trump is a racist. I won't repeat that. But anybody supporting that, a man who panders to the KKK, who panders to these white supremacists, they are a sellout, and they need to be ostracized from the Black community. That's what needs to happen. The day when we can just sit back and allow these damn traitors to do their dirt, that day is over with. These people need to be held accountable. We need to stand up to them. They need to feel pressure, shamed for what they have done. The days of people selling out without consequences are over with. The days of the people playing the role of agent for white supremacy is over with. The days of people ratting on Black people and getting away with it, those days are over with. Those days of people serving as damn mouthpieces for the enemy, those days are over with. Because what they do is they use these damn Negro mouthpieces to serve as a buffer, as a shield against charges of racism, because they can use their puppet to say the things that they don't have the heart to say the things that they don't have the courage to say. Yeah, so I just think that it's time that these people be held accountable. It's been time, and I'm glad that people have ostracized this woman, Omarosa, and I want to talk about a couple of other things before I go through the chat room, and that's this: Donald Trump released for the Black community, and after this video is uploaded, I'll post a link to the articles, and I'm just going through my notes right now. And I just want to highlight some of these points. And before I do, I just want to point out how essentially what this man has done is he put out this plan to try to ease fears about racism, to ease these concerns about him appointing a damn white supremacist to be his chief strategist. That's the only reason why he released this plan when he did. Conversation away from that. To make people become distracted and to deflect from this issue of him appointing a damn white supremacist to be his chief strategist. So in this this plan, he talks about how he wants to make Black communities safe by investing in local and federal law enforcement. But again, make about police brutality in these proposals. He says nothing about ending racial profiling in these proposals. So that's very problematic. And safe communities, it goes back to that issue of law and order, how that's a major code word that these racists use to crack down upon Black people, to arrest more Black people, and to frankly kill and hurt people. He also talks about school choice for Black communities. This idea that people should be able to go to any school they want to, and vouchers and all that kind of stuff. But this plan of school choice, it doesn't talk anything about funding for schools in the inner cities, funding for schools in Black communities. I don't have any problem with charters and all that kind of stuff, but I think that you also need to address the lack of funding for public schools in Black communities. It's like my hometown of Detroit, where you have the schools dilapidated, you have inadequate resources. The schools are in a deplorable condition. Developed nation, you have Black people, Black youth attending third-class schools, third world type of school conditions, and that's a damn shame. So I think that his plan, just completely neglects that whole issue of funding, where you have these affluent white suburban communities with excellent schools, with plenty of good resources and experienced teachers. And then in the Black communities, you have failing schools. And I don't think that a simple thing about school choice or a few charter schools is going to solve that problem. Also, I mean, he goes into this whole thing about illegal immigrants and all that stuff. He talks about how that's basically going to be a way to address the problems in our community. These illegal immigrants, he says that that will help out lower income African Americans. So that's part of his whole proposal for the Black community. And I just think that that's ridiculous. I think what has happened is they're trying to divide and conquer people of color by having these African Americans be against the Latinos over racial issue. When the fact of the matter is, most of these illegal immigrants are not taking jobs from African Americans. I mean, many of the jobs are jobs that they want to do, like picking fruit on farms and all that kind of stuff, and very low wage jobs that don't have any potential for advancement. I think that this whole problem of immigrants, is being used as a way to divide people, and it's also a scapegoating tactic, where they are using immigrants as a scapegoat for all the problems that Americans face. And it's similar to what was done during Nazi Germany, where they scapegoated the Jews and blamed them for everything. That's what they're doing with these immigrants. And we have to understand, like, this whole this white supremacist, and that's another reason why Donald Trump appeals to these people. People, they fear the browning of America. And that's what they see when they see all these immigrants of color coming to this country. White genocide. And if you just Google white genocide, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. If you do a search here on YouTube, white genocide, you'll see what I'm talking about. They use code languages, words and code language to describe a racist agenda. And this whole anti-immigrant sentiment is a part of that. Also in his proposal, and I'm not going to go through every point in his proposal, one thing that he talked about was support for Black churches. When I saw that, the first thing I thought about was him basically buying off these Black churches. Them off by giving them a few benefits, a few dollars to get their support. These people have sold out much how Judas sold out Jesus, as told in the Bible, for a few tokens. That's what these pastors have done by embracing this damn racist bastard Donald Trump. So, I mean, I've expressed a couple of my concerns about this election right here. But I want to conclude by just talking about where do we go from here. And then, I'll look at the chat room and respond to comments there. I hope everybody can hear me. Hangout, because in the past, my last hangout, it was all chopped up and all that stuff because of the bad connection. So I hope that I'm not having that problem now. So if you can all let me know if you can hear. Okay. But yeah, I think that right now, where do we go from here? I think that we need to move beyond just complaining about the problem. I think that some of us love to complain, but we don't put in the work to bring about the change that we want to see. We love to complain, and we love to be complacent in just prayer. I've heard people say, well, we got to pray about this and pray about that. But, I've been taught that God helps those who help themselves, and we have to move beyond just prayer. We have to move beyond just complaining. It's like a whole industry has been created around complaining instead of acting, because it's so easy to complain. And, at a certain point, talk is cheap. Part of the reason why I was just so disgusted with these personalities that have all this stuff to say about white supremacy, but when they have a chance to actually fight white supremacy, or through organizing and mobilizing, they're nowhere to be found. They're nowhere to be found. They're all about entertainment. They're all about entertaining people with speeches, much like how a pastor will entertain the crowd with a fiery speech, a stirring, inspiring speech. But then when the people leave that church and face their daily reality, they're in the same situation. A lot of these spokespeople, I feel like they are not actually doing anything, except for, some of them are actually enriching themselves off of this complaining industry, this industry of grievance. And that's not the definition of leadership. That's not the kind of leader that I look to for an example. I look to people like Elijah Muhammad, somebody that built businesses, built schools all around the country, actually did something. And not only that, he built up men to be leaders, built up people like Malcolm X. Organizations, Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, doing something. These are the kind of people I look up to. Like the Black Panther Party, the real Black Panther Party, not those imposters that have exploited the name and the trademarks of the real Black Panthers. I'm talking about the real Black Panthers. These brothers and sisters, they put in the work. They weren't just trying to peddle t-shirts. They weren't trying to peddle movies. And there's nothing wrong with people selling movies or selling t-shirts, but there's a difference between that and actual leaders. Were leaders. The Black Panthers didn't talk about self-defense. They were in those streets defending the Black community from these police. In the eye, facing them barrel to barrel, gun to gun, bullet to bullet. And not only did they stand up to the police, they actually fed the people. They fed the youth. They had free breakfast programs in the community. They had health care services in the community. They took care of the people. They were servants of the people. They weren't trying to be celebrities. And not only did they participate in activism and protests, They actually ran candidates for office, for public office. They participated in the political process. That's what kind of people I look at as actual leaders. I like Stokely Carmichael, a man who fought for basic civil rights alongside with Dr. Martin Luther King, a man who fought for voting rights, a man who formed a political party in the South. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Mississippi, where he formed the first Black Panther Party. They saw that both of the parties were racist. It was in Mississippi, you know, hopefully I'm not wrong about that. They formed that Black Panther Party because they saw that both of the major parties were racist. So they formed their own party, candidates for office. So you had a situation where you had a predominantly Black community that was ruled by white politicians and terrorized and suppressed, so they weren't able to exercise their right to vote. But people like Stokely Carmichael and other activists from SNCC organized the community, and they formed their own political party, ran their own candidates, and those candidates won on elections, and they were able to take control of their community. So they didn't sit back and whine and cry about how both parties are the same. These people created their own, and they took control over their lives at a time when Black people could be lynched, at a time when we didn't have civil rights like that. They weren't sitting around just complaining. They actually put in the work. And that's what we need to do. That's the example that we need to follow. A time for action. Now is the time for us to build a movement, a resistance movement. Answers with our brothers and sisters, and stop fighting with each other and start fighting the system. And mobilize. I mean, right now, each and every one of us can do something basic right now. We can join an organization that's about Black empowerment. I mean, it's up to you which organization, but you know, like Kwame Ture would say all the time when I would hear the brother speak at Howard University, he would tell the people that we have to be organized if we want to change our condition. So the best way to be organized is to first join an organization that's doing something positive in the community, that's making a difference in the community. Later, for all this visual complaints, because that doesn't solve anything. All that does is make somebody feel good for a few minutes, but it doesn't change our condition as a people. Organized against this organized system of oppression. And, you know, we just have to use every single means available to us to change our predicament. That's what we have to do. Protest, whether it's litigation, whether it's lobbying the legislature, or actually participating in the electoral process. That's what we have to do. You know, as Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. And do everything in our power to every move that this Trump administration makes. Every move, whether it's their appointments to the Supreme Court, we need to resist their appointments. Our members of Congress to fight against these appointments to the Supreme Court. Those Republicans have fight in them. Those Republicans prevented Obama from appointing the Supreme Court justice. They said, we're going to hold up your appointment. So now Donald Trump is going to get to appoint the next Supreme Court justice. And we need to be just as relentless compromising as these right-wing Republicans are. And we need to hold both parties accountable. You know, as I said before, I didn't support either one of the major party, but I think that we need to hold both of the parties accountable, Democrats and Republicans. But I think that, you know, as I said before, I think that it is silly to suggest that they're one and the same when they're not. There are clear and obvious policy differences between the two. And, you know, frankly, you know, I would have been, I would say, you know, if Donald Trump lost the election, I would be more at ease, because as bad as Hillary Clinton is, she's the devil we know. This man, Donald Trump, and his support of these outright white supremacists, it's deeply troubling. You know, deeply troubling. I'm just concerned, and I hope that we as a people remain vigilant. I hope that we don't just complain without action. And I just hope that people don't just use this as an opportunity to hustle, make more money by just talking about racism, and that instead of actually doing something to change the problems that we face as a people. Get away from this idea that we are helpless. That's the mentality that a lot of our people have. They have embraced helplessness. They have embraced being a damn victim. And they have bought into this idea that that white man is essentially their God, because they see him as all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, in control of absolutely everything, conspiring against us at every single angle. It's time for us to take control of our lives, and we need to resist this Trump administration every step of the way. So now I'm going to look through, this is kind of hard to, you know, go on a rant without, while looking at the chat room. So I'm going to look through the chat room and respond to people. And if people want to join, just let me know. Now I'll post a link. So just bear with me. I'm just going to read through a couple of the comments in the chat room. Shout out to Psycho. Shout out to Eyes Wide Open. Shout out to Supremo. Sheet for you. I saw you in the chat room. TR 5003. Shout out to you. Yeah, I see. Psycho said that blacks aren't to blame for Trump being elected, and that's true. Black people aren't to blame. I don't blame black people for this election, you know, for the results. And that's not what that's not my intention when I'm going off on these leaders. Like, I just think that they could have done more, and I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed that you would have people that actually realize the importance of the vote, but then they advise people not to vote. And, you know, I just think that that's stupid, especially when you face the election of a fool like Donald Trump or racist like Donald Trump. So I'm not blaming black people on the outcome. I just think that we could have done more. And I don't think it helps when you have these people that have large audiences discouraging people from voting. And, you know, like I've said before, like, it's one thing for an individual to decide that they're not going to vote. That's that individual's choice. Nobody can force you to vote. It's when you encourage other people not to vote. That's when I have an issue with a person, especially when that person has a large. That's deeply, you know, it's troubling and problematic. So let me just go through these comments. Yeah, I see TR 5003 said, that we should encourage everybody to support and learn about third parties. And yeah, I think that that's true. And I think that that's one of the big components that was missing in some of these arguments that I heard from people like Boyce or Rick Nasheed. They didn't even address the third party issue in their analysis, especially like Boyce Watkins. And I did this, and I talked about this in my other video. I mean, this guy was talking about how he couldn't support Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders doesn't support reparations, despite the fact that Bernie Sanders is probably one of the most progressive mainstream politicians to ever run for office. Despite that, well, he can't support him because of Bernie Sanders' position on reparations. But then you had a Jill Stein who supports reparations, but yet Boyce Watkins doesn't support her. What's his excuse then? I mean, from what I heard, that the Green Party actually reached out to him for an endorsement. Provide one. I just find that to be confusing. It makes zero sense to me. But yeah, I think that we should learn more about third parties, and there's no reason why like Black communities shouldn't have parties running them. There's no reason why we can't have third parties in these Black communities independent. Yeah, I see Supremo said that he wished that we had a rapper or entertainer at the level of a Jay-Z that would galvanize the youth to vote for Jill Stein. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like most of these entertainers to these two major parties, and most of them are Democrats. But I did see an interview with Immortal Technique, even though he's not on the level of a Jay-Z, he's not as known as Jay-Z, but I think that he is still like a celebrity with a major voice. He was out there supporting Jill. Well, actually, he did one interview with her like towards the end of the election. So I don't know if he was out there like that really campaigning for her, but he did endorse her. And I also saw Killer Mike endorse, and I thought that that was good. But I really think that as the people, like, that we rely on celebrities in order to get behind something political. Like we should reach a level of maturity as a people where we don't need to hear from a celebrity or an entertainer in order to embrace political agenda or to embrace a candidate. Yeah, I see people talking about that Dave Chappelle skit with Chris Rock. Yeah, I mean, that was genius. It was just a lot of common sense in that skit. I remember, I always say I'm going to post something, and I end up forgetting later, but hopefully I'll be able to just post that link in the, in the description box so that people can see it who haven't seen it. But if you just go on YouTube, I'm sure it's available there. But it was a great skit. And I really like that skit that he did with his characters. Like he had a skit with all his past characters from the show. And it was basically taking a scene from The Walking Dead. It's real funny. You got to check it out. So you could also Google that and, search for it here on YouTube. I'm sure it's here. Yeah, I think I see TR 5003 said they blocked their show from YouTube, but I think that Saturday Night Live has their own channel, if I'm not mistaken. Find it. So Psycho was asking if I was talking about 4chan or Stormfront. No, I was talking about which is a conservative website that has, it just started off as just a regular conservative website, but with the influence of this guy Bannon, like a white supremacist tilt to it. It's embraced a lot of that so-called alt-right propaganda, and a lot of the comments, according to like news reports that I've read, are real, just like cesspools of racism and anti-Semitism. Cali guy says that you got a lot of stupid black people supporting Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand how any black person in their right mind could support Donald Trump, especially somebody that espouses consciousness. Like, he's surprised and disappointed that Afro Synergy actually supports Donald Trump. I don't understand like how any black man, especially a conscious black man, could support Donald Trump. It just doesn't add up. And I don't remember if I said this before, but like somebody was like questioning my position on voting. And at first I was thinking about, well, let me respond to all the points that they made. Then I said, nah, man, I'm not wasting my time doing that because I've done plenty of videos about voting rights. So I'm not going to points that I make. I mean, at this point, I'm done explaining my position on the importance of voting. And, I just hope that, people can come to their own conclusions by like actually analyzing the facts. Because people are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to support who they're going to support, present information, and, people can make their own decision. But yeah, I mean, I just don't understand how any black person can support Donald Trump. Yeah, Supremo, I mentioned that, I talked about Sheriff Clark being up for being director of Homeland Security. I see Haven Bullets is in the house. Shout out to you. And Cali guy, shout out to you. Yeah, I liked Haven's recent videos. So if y'all haven't checked those out, you should check them out. I mean, he uses some harsh language towards some people, but I think the points are well made. I just don't think that it's responsible. I don't think that it's intelligent. I think that it's reckless for people with such a large following to encourage people not to vote. Talked about like efforts to suppress the black vote. And I know that it came up in one Google Hangout I was listening to. They were talking about people being disenfranchised based on their records and stuff like that. How if you are convicted of a felony in a lot of jurisdictions, they take away your right to vote. Don't understand the history behind that. There was a time like shortly after slavery, they had these black codes. They made all kinds of things illegal. They basically criminalized being black. And they set up these laws to disenfranchise felons in order to disenfranchise black people. So it was just another way to prevent black people from exercising power in society. But yeah, I mean, it's a question again, like if our vote means nothing, why would they go through all that trouble to suppress our vote, to take it from us? I'm scrolling through the comments. I don't see any answer to that. And yeah, Supremo just made another point about Giuliani being rumored to be the next attorney general under Trump. I mean, if that's not enough to like wake people up, I don't know what else will. I mean, Giuliani is a man who was the mayor of New York City at a time when police brutality was it was at an all-time high. I mean, you had the Amadou Diallo situation where they fired like 41 shots from an African immigrant, shooting him like 12 times. I think like 12 of the bullets hit him. They fired like 41 shots at this guy. And there was no justice. You had the case of where the police actually shoved a plunger up this man's rectum at a police station. You had like racial tensions in that city under Giuliani's watch. All kinds of incidents of racial violence and police brutality. And this is the man that they're talking about possibly being the attorney general in charge of the Justice Department, in charge with enforcing civil rights. And I talked about that earlier. So, I mean, that's a frightening prospect. Yeah, Kelly guy makes a good point about that court setting us back. I mean, because these judges, they are appointed for life. When they get on that Supreme Court, they're appointed for life. And they can make all kinds of decisions that really affect our lives. Our basic civil rights, our human rights, our constitutional rights, our civil liberties. Things that we just take for granted can be affected by who they appoint to that Supreme Court. And it's not just about the Supreme Court. You have the lower federal courts as well, filled with these right-wing, ridiculous judges that are going to basically turn back the clock on our rights in this country. This is not a joke. I mean, it really is not a joke. This is serious as cancer. And yeah, I just hope that people realize what's going on here. I mean, it's a shame that people are sounding the alarm after the fact. I mean, I was here on YouTube doing video after video talking about Donald Trump. And a lot of these people that are so presidency, I didn't hear them doing that many videos about Donald Trump. In fact, you would get the impression that some of these people are glad that Donald Trump is elected, a rant against. It's like they need a Donald Trump. They need somebody like Donald Trump in that White House. I see that Mike Mills asked if we should have voted for Hillary. No, I mean, I stand by my position. I don't support Hillary. You know, I didn't vote for her. And I stand behind that position, you know, and I'm glad I didn't vote for her. And people will say, well, you helped Donald Trump get elected. Well, no, I didn't help Donald Trump get elected. Video here in Maryland, over 60% voted for Hillary. And Maryland is a blue state, which is voted for Democratic presidential candidates consistently. So there was no like substantial risk of a Donald Trump being elected here in Maryland. And a lot of people that support the third party candidates like Jill Stein, you know, they talked about this. They talked about how people in solidly so-called blue states should, you know, vote their conscience, like vote for a third party candidate. And those people, perhaps in those swing states, vote for Hillary, you know, who is a lesser of two evils. I mean, even though she's evil, you know, evil as hell, if you had to measure them up, she would be the lesser of two evils. And, you know, I just think that it is just disingenuous to pretend like they're one and the same when they're not. When there are all kinds of policy differences. differences. So no, I don't think that everybody necessarily should have voted for Hillary. But I mean, going into the election, you know that many African Americans were going to vote for Hillary Clinton. Like over 88%, I think it was like 88% of Black people voted for Hillary Clinton, and only like 8% voted for Donald Trump. So the Black community, they can't be blamed for what happened to Hillary. She has to take the blame for that. You know, and white women who Donald Trump has shown no respect for, and that voted for him. I mean, they should really be ashamed of themselves if they really value women's rights. And talks about assault, sexually assaulting women. He bragged about it. You know, made all these derogatory comments about a lot of women and their appearance. Somebody can't put up with sexual harassment, then she needs to get another job. I mean, this is the mentality of these people. But yet, all these white women turned out and voted for Donald Trump. And then, like, there is no reason why Donald Trump should have any Latino votes. But more Latinos voted for Donald Trump than one would expect. So there's a lot of blame to go around for the results of this election. I mean, blame can go to the Democratic Party, as I said in the other video. A candidate who had all these flaws, you know, somebody that had all this scandal around her, a woman that for all these years, like despite being in public service for like 30-something years, she still has to win people over with trust. Like people still question whether or not she's trustworthy. I mean, they just made the wrong move by putting her in. There were plenty of polls saying that Bernie Sanders would have been a better opponent against Donald Trump, but yet they went with Hillary Clinton. So they're to blame for this. And they sabotaged the process to make it easier for Hillary Clinton to win the nomination. So they're to blame for that. Now I see this guy, like Mike Mills said, this ones who hurt Black people the most. I mean, what is your basis for saying that? I mean, that's just like a right-wing talking point with no basis in reality. Like something like affirmative action. Who is fighting against affirmative action right now? Republicans. The rest of Black folk right now, Republicans. When you look at like basic social programs, like Medicaid and Social Security, which party is trying to get rid of those things? Which party is trying to get rid of Pell Grants to make it possible for people like me to be able to go to college? Republicans. Which party is trying to get rid of like welfare that poor people depend on so that they can eat? Republicans. Which party is trying to get rid of, you know, these basic benefits that people have, like health care, health insurance, and all that stuff? Those stinking Republicans. So don't talk to me about some Democrats being more harmful to Black people than these Republicans. Black people are not stupid. There is a reason for Democrats over Republicans. And it's just rooted in history. You know, it's rooted in the fact that the Republican Party is openly hostile to the interests of Black people, openly hostile. Look up Southern strategy. I mean, for these people that just don't know. I mean, if you look up the Southern strategy, you will see that the Republicans have a history of pandering to the most racist elements in society. And speaking about these things, like some Democrats have adopted like that same Republican mentality and have tried to use elements of the Southern strategy. And a prime example of that would be why I don't support them. But overall, if you look at the two parties, you'll see that there are clear and obvious differences. There are similarities as well. There are problems with both parties. And for that reason, I occasionally vote for third-party candidates. Yeah, I see. I mean, TR 5000 is right. I mean, people should have done that marching and protesting before Donald Trump got elected. And some people did protest, like they had protests at his rallies and stuff like that. There were plenty of those protests, but I think that instead of marching in the streets, the people should have marched to the polls and made a difference there. That's where they should have made a difference. I'm just reading reading the comments in the chat room, so just bear with me a second. And I know it's late, but I may just post up the link real quick. Yeah, I see what BC is saying, like about the Black Agenda report, and frankly, I mean, sometimes they make good points, but I think that they're so extreme in their views, like do nothing right according to them. Like if Obama found a cure to cancer or cure to AIDS, these people would have some reason to complain. And I think there's a problem with that. I mean, those people over there, like absolutists, they it's either their way or the highway. And I respect like some of their views, blogs that I used to read regularly. And I check out Glenn Ford. I check him out every now and then when he's on like Democracy Now! Or some other program. And he does make valid points that in the realm of reality, he goes too far to the extreme in this criticism of Obama, like their relentless criticism of Obama is like what I think. Even though Obama should be criticized and held accountable, and I think that more people should have held Obama accountable. I just think that the Black Agenda report, like they just take it too far. But I think that I do commend them for being one of the few Black outlets that actually held Obama accountable. I think that we should have done more of that during his time in the White House. And I think that we missed an opportunity, especially given the fact that African Americans supported this man more than any other group of people, over 90%. We should have been a top priority, not holding that man accountable. Some of us were just satisfied to see a Black man in the White House. We were just satisfied to see a Black family in the White House. And some of these so-called leaders, what they did, instead of holding this man accountable, they traded in their principles for access to power, for proximity to power. And that's a shame, So I have respect for Black Agenda Report, even though I don't agree with them on a lot of issues. So I think that's a good point that BC made. Yeah, somebody's talking about, I see slave no longer. It's talking about you voted third party and it's too late to cry about it now. Yeah, I mean, for me, like my criteria for voting for somebody is not based on electability. I think that when we get caught up in just voting for people based on their electability, we end up with mediocrity. We end up with, these corporate politicians that put the interests of corporations. And I think in order to change that situation, you have to break outside of the box. You have to think outside of the box and you have to take risk. And I think that, hopefully this election will force the next Democratic candidate to push further to the left instead of trying to be such a centrist, instead of, trying to walk the middle ground instead of like taking a firm stand. So hopefully this push the party to nominate somebody like Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I really hope this isn't the new Jim Crow, but who knows? Like, it's up to us to resist this. It's really up to us. He has done a lot for the. I mean, he hasn't. There's room for criticism, as I said before, but he's done a lot of things for the Black community, and I just think the people who say he hasn't, they just haven't done their research. Yeah, I mean, I see the Cali guy said we need to retake the House and the Senate, and that's something that people like neglect. Like they don't like people tend to come out when there's a presidential election, or and these people that said don't vote, like they were focused on the president, like the whole presidential election. But did they focus on like the members of Congress, like the Senate and the House? I mean, did they even factor that in their analysis? These people that said don't vote. I mean, these people didn't didn't fully think out the implications of what they're doing. And that's a damn shame, man. Yeah, I see TR 5000 says she's sick of these racist white devils disrespecting and insulting our First Lady, Michelle Obama. Me too. I'm sick of that. Um, they have depicted her as an ape. They have photographs depicting her as a monkey and all that kind of stuff, and all kinds of insulting remarks. They've called her like a transsexual. Really drug her name through the mud, and I find that to be disgusting. Of Michelle Obama, they don't have a damn thing to say about this porn star that we're going to have in the White House, Miss Trump. They don't have anything to say about her. Yeah, I've been going on for a minute, so man, I'm going to try to open this up for a second so people can add their comments. I see somebody said Tariq is a Republican. I didn't hear that. You know, that's my first time hearing that. I don't have any information to back that up. If you have some sources, you know, I would be interested in seeing them. But I know that when I first heard about that Don't Vote campaign, the first thing that came to my mind, and I know it's bad, is that you know, I was like, damn, did Donald Trump pay his brother to say this stuff, man? To discourage people from voting? Because it's just a shame. Like, you have white supremacists and racists who try to suppress our vote, voluntarily try to suppress our own people's vote. I mean, that's just mind-boggling, and that's what these people do when they encourage large numbers of subscribers to not vote. They're doing the white man's job for them. They're basically playing the role of errand boy for white supremacy. Because when we don't vote, somebody else votes for us, and they vote against our interests. I mean, it's like that famous saying, like, if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And that's what happens when our people don't vote. We're on the menu, up for grabs. Just bear with me. I'm going to be silent for a minute. All right, so I see that I think this is LA's page. He asked, so Hillary ain't racist. Yeah, and I think that's in response to a question that somebody raised in the comment section. So let me see. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of Hillary being racist, you know, I think that both of these candidates, to a degree, are racist. I mean, I think that Hillary Clinton played to racist elements as well, especially during '08 when she ran against Obama. It's obvious that she played to racist sentiments. And it's a fact that the policies that she endorsed had racist impacts on Black people. You know, so that's not an issue. Like, I don't disagree with that point that she could be racist, but there are degrees to this situation. I mean, one person is supported by the KKK, man. I mean, that should tell you that somebody else is on a higher scale of being a racist and being anti our interests than the other person. Rehash what I said about the differences between those two parties, but the differences are obvious, as I already laid out. Yeah, this idea that I see that Miss Legit said something about how Black people couldn't have picked Hillary anyway. First of all, Hillary would not even have ran in the general election if it wasn't for Black people. She wouldn't have even got to that point if it wasn't for Black people. I really think we need to quit downplaying the significance of the Black vote, because in the southern states, she won a lot of those states because Black people supported her during the primaries. So there's no way she would even get to the general election without the Black vote. Democratic candidate can win a general election without the Black vote. They depend on the Black vote in order to win. The Republicans, they have more support from white people than these Democrats do. So the Democrats need votes, they need Latino votes and other so-called minority votes in order to win. All right, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, they're definitely not. I see TR was talking about not being on the level of King and Malcolm X. That's definitely true. Because some of them will tell you that they don't even want to be a Malcolm X or a Martin Luther King. They don't want to die for Black people. You know, I was watching this interview, I think it was with Tariq Nasheed on Vlad TV, where he basically said that he didn't want to be a leader, like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all that kind of stuff. He was joking about it. So when people say stuff like that, you got to take them at their word. I mean, he's letting you know he's not a leader. Be one. So why are people appointing him one, making him a leader? Um, yeah, I see Lashid said that immigrants have been a problem for our people in this country. And she says, as far back as European immigrants in a century. But today, I mean, these Latino immigrants, I mean, how are they hurting Black people? How are they hurting the Black community? That's what I want to understand. They're taking jobs that most Black people are not trying to seek. They're taking low-skilled jobs that are not competitive jobs. They're taking jobs like in agriculture, picking fruit and stuff like that. They're taking the jobs that are undesirable. Out of immigrants, like there's this Home Depot near my job. Like I go there during my lunch break, and I see a lot of Latinos, like I assume that they're immigrants. They just hang out waiting to do day labor type work. You know, they wait for someone to just assign them to do some kind of maintenance job or some kind of repairs for a home and stuff like that. They literally wait in the parking lot. I don't see them taking jobs from the Black community. And I haven't seen any like concrete evidence that that's what's going on. Most of their jobs are low skilled jobs that people don't want anyway. But if I see contrary evidence, then perhaps I'll change my position. But so far, I haven't seen that. Yeah, I do think, I agree with Callie, Guy, that we do need to form alliances with other groups, but I think that they need to be based on equality and mutual interest. And, because too often what happens is um, our alliances are not alliances based on equality. You have these other groups that are financing the alliance. So a lot of times they're calling the shots, they're directing the agenda. But we need to have solid alliances. And I think that our alliances begin with ourselves among Black people. That's where we start. Yeah, those points about Haiti and all that stuff are valid points. I mean, about that Clinton Foundation and what they failed to do in Haiti and their corruption, valid points. Why I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. Oh, I see it's me. Mia is in the house. Peace to you. And I see Miss Legit is saying, well, I can't understand why Black folks are putting faith in the American political system. putting faith in the system. First of all, I don't think that exercising your vote necessarily means you believe that that system is like flawless or that it's perfect or anything like that. It doesn't mean that. I mean, we all know that influenced by these interest groups, they're influenced by corporations and all that kind of stuff. Um, Voting doesn't mean that you faith in it. It just, you just view it as another tool in our struggle. Like, I mean, it's like a battle. Like in a battle, you have a set of different weapons that are available to you. You may have an arsenal of different types of weapons. And I just think that it's foolish to voluntarily surrender some of your weapons when you're in a fight for your life. People doing when they voluntarily give up their right to vote, when they voluntarily surrender that right. Right, they just give it away. They just forget about it. I don't think that that benefits anybody. It doesn't benefit our community. I mean, how does that benefit us by not voting? What does that do? What does that accomplish? What kind of alternative strategies do these people have to bring about change? Not voting doesn't accomplish anything. I see Trinidad Jones is in the house. Peace to you. Yeah, your points, Lashida, on point about Hillary and those bills insinuating that black women are welfare queens and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they were pandering to those races when they passed that welfare reform. They were definitely pandering to them, and they were pandering with the whole three strikes law. And basically, what they were doing was adopting a Republican agenda so that they could win over a lot of Republicans and have a lot of political support. That stuff that they did was indefensible, and that's why I couldn't vote for Hillary Clinton, to voice my opposition. And that's part of what voting is about. Like, I mean, it's just another way to pressure yourself and to have some kind of impact. So yeah, I mean, I agree with all that stuff. Yeah, I see. I'm just this monologue. I'm sorry, y'all. All right, I think I'm gonna post a link, but yeah, I see that Miss Legit said that black people can't hold anybody accountable. I think the best way to say that is black people rarely hold people accountable. I don't think that I think that we can do it if we choose to do it. The problem is we don't choose to do it. So I'm going to post this link if anybody wants to join and comment. Let me just look over. No, it's late. It's extra late. All right, let's see. I'm going to keep going through the comments. I think I missed a few comments. Okay. Yeah, I see that Psycho said I expected him to do more for us than he did for gay people. and I can't say that he did. I mean, when you think about it, the thing that Obama did for gay people is he started a conversation about the same-sex marriage and stuff like that. And that kind of like paved the way for the legalization of that. So, I mean, in a way, that's something that he did for them. And that's significant. I mean, that is significant. That can't be downplayed. But he's also done things for us. And I may post a link in the, I did a whole video about the legacy of Obama. In that video, I talk about the things that he has done and things that he didn't do. It's like a analysis of his presidency. So somebody said, what did you want Obama to do for blacks? I just wish that he could have been a stronger voice against, you know, the racism that, I think that too often Obama was measured in his tone. Too often he tried to play both sides of the fence. Too often he just didn't boldly confront racism. Now, like, he didn't confront it with his speech, but he did with his, you know, through other means, like through his Justice Department and through litigation and all that kind of stuff. But I just think that overwhelming support that black people gave him, I think that he could have spoke out much more than he did. And I think that he could have been more forceful instead of trying to play both sides of the issue all the time. That gets tiring, and it's disappointing to see him, like, for instance, when he's talking about police brutality, to talk about police shot and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, try to issue of police brutality. That's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I just wish he could take a stand, a bold stand. And there were moments when he did that, like when he talked about how if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon. In that moment when he talked about Henry Louis Gates' incident with the police and all that kind of stuff. So he had his moments. Could have been more moments like that, especially given the nature of this police brutality problem that we seem to witness every other day. Every other day is another black man or woman blown away by these cops. And I just think that Obama could have been more forceful. He could have been more outspoken. The fact that he has the megaphone, I mean, he has a platform to speak to the whole world about these issues. So, yeah, that's what I would want from Obama. That's part of what I would want. And then part of the thing is the agenda was held back because you had all these Republicans in Congress. So, yeah, it's a lot of things that are disappointing. I mean, Obama came into office talking about being post-partisan, like creating a different way that Washington does business. And it seems like all these guys say that stuff, like they're going to change Washington. Washington's so bad, but all these guys want to go to Washington. There, it's business as usual. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to Trump. He's talking about draining the swamp and blah, blah, blah. And decided to be his chief of staff. These people are full of crap. So let me finish going through these comments. Rashid said that Tariq has more of a Moorish mentality. So, Rashid, what do you mean by that? Oh, I see somebody's joined. Let me. I think that's Haven.
Yes, it's me.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Peace.
What's going on?
Nothing. I'm good. Can I address something real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead, man. I'm glad you joined. Thanks for
That's
joining.
this guy, the guy in the chat room. His name is Extraordinaire Motown, I think.
Okay.
Extraordinaire Motown. Um,
All
Joe
right.
Biden would have lost the election if he was the candidate. He would have lost because one, he wouldn't have won Pennsylvania over Donald Trump. Joe Biden was born in Pennsylvania. He's not. He doesn't reside in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden been living outside of Pennsylvania for like the last 40, 50 years. He was the senator for Delaware for like 30 years.
Right.
He's born from Pennsylvania. He's not Pennsylvania. He's not just gonna win like, oh, he was born here, so let's go vote for him. The people who voted for Trump wouldn't vote for Joe Biden because they want somebody who's an out and out open racist. Always remember that. Somebody who's an out and out racist. Joe Biden is one of the most racist people that has been in politics for like the last 30 years, 30, 40 years, but he's not open about it the way Trump is.
Yeah.
So they would not have voted for him over Trump. Not over Trump. Nope, he would have lost Pennsylvania. And black people wouldn't have turned out to vote for him, just like they wouldn't have turned out to vote for Hillary Clinton, and he would have lost. He would have lost.
Like I really can't call that one. Like I don't know what would happen. Like I wonder what would have happened if Bernie Sanders ran against Trump. Like I think that like both of them appeal to the populace. So
He would have lost.
why do you say that? Because of the same reason?
Yeah, the people wouldn't have came. The people who he needed to come out to vote for him would not have came out to vote for him. Just like he would, the same way Trump won those states, those blue states and won them over, he would have won those over, regardless. Because, like I was pointing out in the videos I was making, I was giving people the numbers. A lot of people, the people who really didn't come out to vote, the reason why Trump won so many blue states is because a lot of black people didn't show up to vote. If black people weren't incentivized to vote for Hillary Clinton, they wouldn't be incentivized to vote for Bernie Sanders or either one of them. Remember, the reason Bernie Sanders lost to Hillary Clinton in the primaries because black people came out and voted for Hillary over Bernie in the primaries 9-1, 8-2.
Oh, you said black people, right?
Yeah, that's what kept putting Clinton over the head.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, especially down south. That's exactly what happened, and that's why I find it odd for people to say, "Well, the black vote doesn't count," because they clearly made a difference in the primaries, and you can't even get to the general if you don't make it through the primaries. So, yeah, I mean that's a valid point. Yeah,
that's why he lost. I covered the whole primary from South Carolina on until it became apparent and he gave up and there was no way he could come back from like California, from South Carolina to California. Once Hillary won California, it was over.
Yeah,
I covered the whole thing and I told people, I said it before they even started. I said, listen, if black people, if he can't be competitive for the black vote, he lost. It's over.
Yeah,
and he lost. That's what kept putting Hillary over the top. Every state that had a significant black population, Hillary won it. Yeah, because black people came out and won 9-1, 8-2.
Yeah, but like I think that with Bernie Sanders and even probably certain degree, I think that they would probably be able to appeal to like those working class voters. Like, but I think it would be harder for Joe Biden since he was connected with Obama, see him as an extension of Obama, and they would probably go against him based on that. But I think that somebody like Bernie Sanders talking about like issues that are of importance to working people, I think that it could have been persuasive to some of those working class voters, like depending on his delivery and all that kind of stuff. I think somebody like him is appealing to those male, white working class voters than somebody like Hillary Clinton, And Hillary Clinton, I mean, she's just viewed as an insider. I think that that's part of the reason why, like, people really turned away from her. They wanted to shake up Washington, more inclined to go with that, somebody like a Trump or even a Bernie Sanders. But yeah, I mean, we can only speculate about what would have happened, but it would have been great to see those two run, like Bernie and Trump, because like there were a lot of polls that indicated that beat Trump, but those polls ended up being false when it came to
I was saying that
Hillary and
those
all that
polls
stuff. Yeah,
were completely wrong, because you know why? A lot of people, because the way they take the polls, like they only ask like about 1% of the population, and they project it as if they ask about like 20, at least 20. They don't even ask at least 20. They ask like about 1. And second, a lot of people who took those polls and said, yeah, I would vote for this one over that one, didn't actually go out and vote on voting day, and they wouldn't have voted.
right.
They didn't even go out to vote for him in the primary. Because if all these people wanted him over Clinton, why did he win the primary? How did he lose in the primary if he had all this support?
Like those polls were like just against Donald Trump. Like they weren't like, they didn't consider like Hillary and all that stuff. But yeah, that's a valid point. Like, how did it, I mean, it's just like the polls just have been proven completely wrong this go around. I mean, because everybody thought Donald Trump was going to lose, like all these pollsters, all these experts. And, I thought that he was going to lose too, just based on common sense. Like he defied like everything. Like, and part of me thinks like, was it some kind of conspiracy, man? Did they tap into the voting machines and all that? Even though I'm not like a conspiracy person, but it's just crazy that he actually won. I'm still like, about the fact that he won, man,
I could see him winning because people stood down. It's like, if you stand down, what else is going to happen? That's what people not understanding. When you don't vote, you pick
right.
You pick them. Like Trump had less white people voting for him by percentage and actual number than Mitt Romney and John McCain.
Right.
White people were a smaller part of the electorate this year than they were with Mitt Romney and John McCain.
Right.
It's like,
so tell me about your videos. Like I've seen a couple of your videos. Like for those people who haven't seen your videos, like tell me like what motivated you to do the videos on Boyce Watkins and Tariq Nasheed. Like what really got you going with those videos?
Because I found out that they was telling people not to vote. Because I don't watch these guys like that, but I didn't know they was actually telling people actively, like campaigning, like don't vote, your vote don't matter. Hillary, Trump makes no difference. I'm like, that is, nobody would ever say that. Anybody, you can't be considered serious when it comes to politics if you literally said Trump, right, Hillary, no difference, no matter what group you're talking about, whether you're talking about for women, Latinos, blacks, working class people. You cannot be serious if you said no difference.
Right. That's actual facts. Yeah.
You can't be taken serious.
Yep. Yeah, and Tariq, the first time I heard about it is I saw like an article that he wrote called like in support of his Don't Vote campaign. I found that he actually had a campaign titled Don't Vote. Like, and this, the funny thing about his campaign is vote was important on the local level, but then he's saying don't vote in the federal elections.
But you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny about that also? A lot of people who say that expose themselves for not knowing what they talking about, again, because the local elections was happening the same time as the presidential elections.
So
in the state. I'm like, if you felt that the federal government didn't matter, granted, why didn't you tell people to go out and vote for the local, the state? Propositions were on the ballot. None of these people said that. They trying to find that escape hatch of, you told people not to vote, it don't matter, and then you try to say, well, the local is more important. If the local is more important, then why didn't you tell them to go out and vote for the local? You didn't, because you didn't even know the voting process. Most of y'all didn't even know that there were other elections going on that day.
Yeah, and then like even on the federal level, like even if they didn't want to vote for president, I mean, what about the Congress people, like the senators and all that stuff?
Your senator, your
about that stuff,
your congressman, judges were on the ballot.
Like judges, like local judges were on the ballot. Yeah.
Sheriffs was on the ballot. That's another reason that they cleaned up. The Republicans cleaned up. They got 2/3 of the governorships now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How did they get 2/3 of the governorships? Because people who stood home that would vote Democrat, they stood home, and people who voted Republican just came there and voted straight down.
Right. Yeah, and then like with the polls, I think a lot of people lied. Like they were like ashamed to be like a Trump supporter or whatever, and they just said, "Well, let me say I support, this candidate or that candidate." But in actuality, when they got in that booth, they just level selected Trump. Man, it's just something else. man. And then it's just a shame that you had so many people. Like I was listening to this this YouTube video where they were talking about like over 1 million black people decided not to vote. And it just bothers me that you had these people that rant and rave about white supremacy this and white supremacy that, but when they have a chance to use their vote to fight against white supremacy, you know, they would rather let the KKK go to the polls and vote for their candidate.
And that's what made me. That's why I was so frustrated. I'm like, y'all could have literally stopped Trump. Y'all could have literally stopped Trump. You got white people laughing at you. Like when I did the video about Bill O'Reilly laughing at black people for not going out to vote. People say, oh, you believe what Bill O'Reilly said? I'm like, I don't believe what he says. I know that to be true. That's why I said he's laughing at you. Just like when John Boehner laughed at Obama when he said, I got 98% of what I wanted. That was a fact. That was a fact. He laughed. He was laughing at you. Laughing at you. You could have stopped Trump, but you didn't because you sat home.
Peace, y'all.
Hey, peace, Mr. J. What's up?
Peace, no possibilities. Peace, Haven. Peace to the chat. I would just say that I do disagree with you, brothers. Respectfully. I think a couple of things. I'm not really a political person in the sense of that I champion voting besides on a local level. I do agree with you all there. I think on the local level that, you know, so-called black people can have an opportunity if we vote in a block. That's another thing that has to happen. You have to vote for a block. Vote in a block. So locally, like I don't really take issue there. But what I would say, and I did vote locally, but what I would say is when it comes to the presidential level, I think a few things we don't understand, or a few things I feel a lot of our people don't necessarily understand. And first of all, I don't think that black people should be blamed for Trump being elected, or even black people even being called out because Trump was elected. A few things happened. First of all, this was payback for Obama. That was number one. Number two, many of the people who lied, what you were just saying, new possibilities, I agree 100%. There are many, many white folk who play this so-called liberal card in front of other people. But behind the scenes, they actually did vote for Trump. They gave a presentation that they did not, that they were for Hillary or whatever. So I think it was a whole lot of undercover white folk. However, we should know time and time again that it really doesn't have anything to do with the popular vote. At the end of the day, if they want to steal the election, they will. Let's I remind people, Al Gore and Bush. I mean, that's my problem with all of this is that at this late in the game, black people are still placing some level of faith in the political system. Whenever it's time for a regime change, they're going to make that happen. It's not a democracy, it's a dictatorship. And white supremacy dictates what's going to go on. That's just what it is. And for instance, like with Obama was strategic. It was to show, hey, we have, transcended race, because the whole world knows that America is extremely, extremely racist. They know about the whole history and, of course, continuation of how blacks have been treated under this particular system. So understanding the concept that most of the world is not white, they knew that this had to be a strategic political move into making or letting the rest of the world see, oh, America's gotten past racism. It's a new day, it's a new time. And then what do they do? So he's in there for 8 years, and then what they do? They come right back with the sledgehammer, boom, and let you know who's in control when we talk about America, white supremacy. And I feel like Black people really have to understand this concept. And I think why some people feel somewhat let down in the Black community, like a lot of people talked about people being so sad the next day or upset. I think why a lot of Black folks feel let down is because number one, we think that we actually like have say so in this system. And again, I'm not saying that we cannot do some things locally, but we have to also understand how everything else works. Like none of this stuff that happens is by chance. None of this stuff is by happenstance. None of this stuff is by authenticity. This is by design. These people think these things out far long before they occur. I think with this particular election, though, there were some surprising elements because I think some people were like, wow, he's just somebody in there so that Hillary looks better. But what some people didn't count on is just how racist America is. White people were willing to vote against their own interests just to vote in a white supremacist, outright. Let me make that clear. An overt white supremacist, okay, and a man on top of that. So we have to understand where we kind of fall in this. And I would just to give the example of Asians, which is that Asians, you don't see them being heavily involved in the political system because they don't necessarily need to be. And that is because they already have their own community that they have set up in a certain way. They already have money backing them. They have support of their community, each other backing them. They have a homeland as well that backs them being Americans. So they have a whole other system to where that they can get past the American political system. But we cannot because we are let's keep it funky. We are kind of at the mercy of white people because even if every single Black person voted for Hillary Clinton, you still need white people in order to get her in office. Even though all these Black folk voted for Obama, it still took white people to get him in office. However, Trump was able to get in office because of white people. He didn't need necessarily Black people to vote for or against him in that same type of way. He was able to do that on the strength of white people. And so that's how it came along. So I think what we should take forward is understand what's going on. I always say this, there is no such thing as progress. There is either you're equal or you're not. You're either equal or unequal or unequal. That's just what it is. It's not progress. And I think Black people bought into this false and phony idea of progression because of Obama. It made Black people think, wow, we're really getting somewhere. But they let you know, and then too, I'll say this real quick too. Obama didn't do anything for Black people. He just did not. He was merely a face. He was merely a front. He was merely a cover. This has still been white supremacy in power this whole entire time. It's only the belief. And that's a problem too, I feel with our community is we are okay with the superficial, but we don't want to take it any deeper than that. So that's why we will see Hillary as being a viable candidate for us, as being someone acceptable, because again, we will go superficially, and she's a Democrat. It'll be more of the same type of thing. When in actuality, when we look at her husband, let that be an example. Under her husband, who was a Democrat, who was liberal, who they called the first Black president. And look how many Black men he put under the prison that's still there today for nonviolent drug offenses. all with the presentation of being a liberal, all with the black vote supporting him, all with the going on the Arsenio Hall and playing the saxophone, all with all of that stuff. He did 2 terms and put black folk under the freaking prison. So black people got to wake up. We got to see this for what it is. This man is he coming in, guns blazing. This is setting a precedent. It's letting you know who's the new sheriff in town. That's why he got this white supremacist in there. That's why he has other white supremacists coming. So you can know this is a regime change. This was planned for us to switch things up. We about to get heavy out here for real, and we just letting y'all know what we doing up front instead of behind the scenes or after the fact. 4 to 8 years later, you saying, "Wait a minute, they didn't do anything." He letting you know up front.
I want to just respond to some of the things that you said, and then I guess Haven, if he wants to add some more comments, he can. Your comment about the I guess you were addressing the Electoral College when you said, well, a popular vote. And that's true, like if you look at the whole nation, like in terms of the number of people that voted in the whole nation. Like we know that Hillary got the popular vote in the whole nation. Overall, that's true if you look at it in that way. But or elected by the electors are pledged to vote for certain candidates. The electors are chosen by the voting people in those particular states. They are chosen by the popular vote within those states. Those electors vote in accordance with the popular vote within each one of those states. You know, they're pledged to vote that way, and they vote for that way well over 90+%. There has rarely been a situation where the electors in a particular state voted contrary to their pledge. And in the rare cases where they have, or it did not have any effect on the outcome of the election. So the state determines what happens in terms of the electoral map, in terms of the electoral votes and all that kind of stuff. So we do have an influence in particular states. With these elections, like it's rarely a case where the electors are voting contrary to the pledge that they've made and contrary to the popular vote within their state. So we do have an indirect impact on the election of the president. We indirectly elect the president through the electors. And that's just a fact. That's just basic information that people learn in middle school about government and how the government works. If somebody can point to me proof that these electors voted contrary to the will of the people in that particular state, like the whole set of electors for voting the will of the people, that would be one thing that would substantiate these conspiracy theories. But we don't have that. All we have are examples year after year where these electors vote with the popular vote within that particular state. So, that's my first response to that issue. In terms of like this being a dictatorship, I think that you obviously do have wealthy people that have influence over the process in terms of them being able to fundraise for certain candidates and all that kind of stuff. Because none of these candidates are going to win any election without people actually voting. And then like this whole argument against vote, like even if you were to buy into these conspiracy theories about the Electoral College, the fact of the matter is we directly elect and our Congress people, we directly elect them. So, these arguments about the people not having any kind of say-so or not being able to elect officials, that's just not like factual. Like even on the presidential level, because we elect the electors who elect the president, and there are no like real examples of these electors choosing in a way that's contrary to the vote within their particular state. So that's, that's my point about that. And then my other point is this, like you basically said that, you basically like implied that somehow we are subjected, people do, like we really don't have any say-so or any kind of influence on the system. I mean, that kind of attitude like represents self-defeat and powerlessness. Problem with that, I just think that it doesn't advance us as a people. It doesn't empower us as a people. All it does is have us voluntarily surrender hard-fought rights that we fought for, that our ancestors died for, that people like Medgar Evers gave their life for, that people like Martin Luther King died for, and people like John Lewis were beaten for. It doesn't make sense for Black people to voluntarily give up their right to vote by not participating in the presidential election. Like, I'm not saying that the system is perfect or without flaws. That's not my point. My point is that I just don't think that it makes sense to voluntarily say, well, I'm going to let somebody else decide who will be the president. I'm going to let somebody else decide who's going to be my congressman or my senator. And my question is, like, for people that are so opposed to voting, what is your answer to the problems? Like, I noticed that a lot of these people, they oppose voting, oppose marching and protesting. And it seems like the only thing that they advocate is like Booker T. Washingtonism. The idea that somehow Black capitalism is going to save the Black community. When, the fact of the matter is there's no example of that being a savior for our people. This idea that capitalism in and of itself, like people just setting up these small businesses, that's a solution. I mean, we had Black Wall Street. They destroyed all of that. They destroyed all those institutions and businesses that Black people built. So, I mean, the idea that, somehow capitalism in and of itself is going to solve our problems, it's just not accurate. I mean, you have individual people that have businesses that profit. Solution. That's an individual solution for that individual and their family. And, people often draw these analogies between the Black community and these Asians and these other foreign groups. I mean, those Asians and these other people, they come to this country with education. They come to this country with resources. And then they also come to a country that's more open to giving them loans to set up businesses. So there's an environment that's ripe for them to take advantage and to set up businesses. Whereas where they set up businesses are communities that have been subjected to years of redlining, communities that are denied resources, communities that are denied loans and opportunity. These are poor communities that these people prey upon. So I just think that those analogies between like Asians and Black people are just off, because those Asians, they weren't held back for centuries, denied the opportunity to build wealth and all that kind of stuff, like we were enslaved for hundreds of years. And then after that, subjected to Jim Crow and, all these discriminatory loaning practices and all that kind of stuff. It made it difficult for us to build wealth. So, those are just some of the points that you wanted to make in response to your comments. And then you said there is no progress, which is just like, it defies logic to me, because when I look at the state of my people, when I look how we came here in chains and shackles with no rights, we were beaten and raped and all that kind of stuff and forced to labor for people. No one in their right mind can say that we're in that exact same condition right now. Obviously, there has been progress. I mean, we went from being slaves to being in the White House. We went from being slaves to being senators and Congress people and mayors and governors and city council people, millionaires, billionaires, and other examples of success. Like, we have the largest Black middle class that we've ever had in history. I mean, plenty of Black professionals. Compare that to the times during Jim Crow. There's no comparison. If you just look at the numbers, like in terms of the size of the Black, the middle class, the levels of education, it's like immeasurable signs of progress. I mean, obviously there's room for much more progress, but you can't say that there has been no progress. You can say that racism still exists in society. You can say that we are still not fully equal in this society, but to say that there has been no progress is just not factual, accurate. It's just contrary to, just basic truth. So that's all I have to say about that. But I thank you for joining the hangout and offering your. I think that they're good for a great discussion. So I thank you for viewpoints.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I think we should be able to have discussions looking at, both sides of things to where people can kind of take from it what they will, or that people can ask questions on either side. I would just say though that, you know, um I think that I'm just, excuse me, I'm just kind of straightforward in the sense
Mm-hmm.
of, how I look at it. You know what I mean? And so I don't, okay, see, this is the thing. We have now more black politicians in office than ever before, and black people are doing awful. I'll give you a few examples. For instance, like when we talk about, and this is another reason why I say what progress have we really made? We know that, and I definitely don't think that black capitalism is the save all. However, we know that we do exist in a capitalist country, a capitalist society,
Right.
and that in 1860, black people owned one half of 1% of the wealth in America. In 2016, black people own one half of 1% of the wealth in America. So you see there hasn't even been any progress there. You see black people, or excuse me, white people, the average white household has a wealth of $100,000, and the average black household has a wealth of $5,000. You look at the fact of, even speaking about slavery, when we talk about progress, we have more black people incarcerated today than were enslaved in 1860. We have one out of every three black men will likely be imprisoned at some point in their life. I think for black women it's 1 in 11 or 1 in 9, something like that, as well. We have double the unemployment rates in the society at large. In Illinois alone, the black male unemployment is 17%. You look at, so many other examples, but what they do is they give you these presentations of these people as if to suggest then, oh well, look, this black person did that. Anybody can make it. And in my opinion, that's just a lie. That's just not true. And then they want to feed the rhetoric to these white supremacists and white folk in general who buy this stuff, and other people who buy this stuff, that is just because black people are lazy. And they never tell you the truth, though. They never tell you that research has shown that a black man with zero criminal history, excuse me, a white man with a clean back, or excuse me, a criminal background will get a job before a black man with zero, a completely clear criminal background. These sorts of things are the things that I look at when I say that we have not made progress. It is only gone from a more overt racism to a more covert racism. It's only gone from a complete segregation to an illusion of inclusion. So that's what I'm looking at when I make my judgments on this, because You can go to many major cities in the United States of America, and there are major cities where 70 to 80% of the black male population are felons. That is by design. Those things are not by chance. They set it up to be that way so that therefore other things, we know that drugs specifically were put into poor black communities where there's low education, low access to resources, high unemployment, all of these other factors. They put the drugs in those communities and they stand back. It's a powder keg. They put guns in the community. They stand back and watch what happens. This is what you see happening in Chicago, not to mention all of the police who are involved in those things. So even if we were to say, let's take out any so-called conspiracy theories, and we only looked at the actual black and white numbers that the data shows, and there's research and things behind it, the picture is not good. The picture is grim. And the black community, and I'll say this last thing and pass the mic, the black community is at a 25-year low, actually, economically, and has done worse even under Obama in many ways in that way. And so we have to look at not only what seems on a surface wise to exist, we have to look deeper. Look at the black family. The black family is absolutely broken.
Right.
Look at I mean, there's so many things we can look at. You know what I mean? So I like to give numbers and facts because I think that does better, you know what I mean, than us just kind of giving our own personal emotions or interpretation. So I would just throw that out there. And I don't say anything to disempower. I actually say it to empower when I say that it's really a dictatorship. Because when you talk about political candidates, that's another thing with voting in the political system. It's not even about voting. It's whom do you have to vote for. If you have, like we say, the lesser of two evils, or if you have people who are the candidates who won't do a damn thing, the voting doesn't make a difference, right? That's when you get the situations, like I said, with Bill Clinton, we going to vote for Bill Clinton, and then he put all these black men in prison. That's why you get situations and scenarios like that, because people are not. And then who's able to become a candidate? You have to be clued into the system. You typically have to be backed by corporations. You typically have to have money. It takes money to do all of that. And like I said, even with all black support, you still gonna have to have white folk who willing to go on that other side of something that's going to be slanted toward black people to support it for it to get through.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you make a lot of valid points. Like those points, like your analysis of the differences between black people and white people in terms of unemployment and wealth and all that kind of stuff. And just your statement of the problem is valid. I mean, I think the only point that we disagree about is whether or not black people should vote for president or even on just the federal level, period. I think that's the only point we disagree on. Like, I understand the wealth that it takes in order for somebody to run for office, like the influence of corporations. Like, I don't doubt any of that at all, but I don't think that alone for people not to exercise their right to vote. But I hear what you're saying. You're making some good points that, that I agree with for the most part. It's just that issue of vote. That's the point of difference that we have, or disagreement. Oh, but Lasheed's here, so thanks for joining, Lasheed. What did you want to add?
Yeah, I pretty much, Mrs. Legit, she pretty much summed up what it is I believe. But of course, that, I have my, if you want to say religious beliefs, my beliefs that are more inspired by my beliefs in the Bible. And, I used to study with Jehovah's Witnesses. And that was one of the things I didn't quite agree with, their decision to not vote. I didn't quite agree with that, but I have a better understanding of why that is. Now, the thing is, I'm not going to go too much into that, because I know that people, when you come on a religious tip or a conspiracy tip, people ain't really trying to hear that, but of course I'm going to still represent what I believe in, and otherwise I don't show faith in what it is that I believe. But being that, I'm now listening, and what's the brother's name? Who's no longer here? Like, for instance, he exposed Steve Coakley of Chicago, and a lot of what he's saying on certain people, like, for instance, our aldermen, etc., who are set up, who are, so for one, I believe Bible prophecy. For one, I don't believe in well, basically, she pretty much said, what I'm feeling. What I really did want to speak on, though, I'm noticing how, like, if you notice in some of my last videos, how Black people are using this as a way to target Black women for how, you know what I'm saying? You've listened to some of my last videos, and then I noticed that some of you brothers, I just recognize that some of you brothers are kind of, this has got some of you debating, you know what I'm saying? Debating on the issue of whether or not we should vote, whether we should or should not vote. And I'm not understanding how this is causing Black folks to become divided. You know what I'm saying? I feel that this should be more than anything pulling us together. And there's somebody in the chat, this Damian Dame person that I was going back and forth with. I noticed that he, in responding to Mrs. Legit and what he's saying that she does not want to hold Black people responsible for their action. Well, actually, what she's speaking on, I believe what she's saying basically is that we cannot really depend on a system that's established for keeping white supremacy. And I'm not going to say that our votes absolutely don't count. I would not say that, because, like, New Possibilities, you made a really good point when you were saying that if they didn't count, like, yeah, excuse me, it's kind of late, and I'm kind of all over the place. Why did whites go through so much to keep us from voting? Even when you consider the death of Medgar Evans, you made some really good points there. So obviously our votes do count for something, but I'm at a point of where we just need to, like, police ourselves, or we need to, well, of course, I'm going to say that we need to depend on the Most High for governing us, but we're also told in the Bible to separate ourselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? And when these are our choices, when we really feel as if we got to choose between the lesser of the two evils, and I know that there were other candidates, but you know how it is, how people see it with the third party, like it's a waste of time. And I'm not, and please don't see me as saying that what you've done is a waste of time. But you know what? I never liked that idea, that third party candidate, because that's always, it's almost
some winner. Everybody wants to go with
it's almost as if it's like a setup. I just rather this or that. No, really, you know what it is that I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of at loss for words, because Mrs. Legit, she's pretty much said everything that I'm thinking. And now I'm not for those who feel the need to straight up go on a campaign telling people to not vote. I don't see that as necessary. Yeah, if you must, in speaking about this, if you feel the need to explain why you don't vote, you know what I'm saying, and why you won't vote, I'm just no longer supporting a worldly kingdom. That's how I feel. And I do feel that we live within a conspiracy. I do feel that the people who are set up by this government, I do believe that they are of a selected group. You understand what I'm saying? And anytime someone does try to go outside the agenda, they're going to end up getting assassinated, or, you know what I'm saying? Because I think perhaps Obama, maybe he did come in with some good intentions. You know what I'm saying? That
reminds me of something.
I was really wondering with him going to Jeremiah Wright's church in Chicago. I was like, okay, this brother, he gonna come in here fooling these white folks. I really was expecting a little. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. If we and having a black president, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. Excuse me, I'm kind of voices hoarse.
No problem. Yeah, but something you said kind of reminded me of a point that I forgot to make in response to Miss Legit. Like she was saying that Obama hasn't done anything for black people. And it's like, there's a lot of things that he has done that like people just don't emphasize. I think that people say he's done nothing for black people. It's one thing to say he hasn't done enough. It's quite another thing to say he hasn't done anything for black people when he helped pass the Fair Sentencing Act, which reduced like the disparities in between crack and powder cocaine, like a disparity that led to like mass incarceration in our community. You know, using the Justice Department to address police brutality, investigating police departments, entering consent decrees designed to address problems of racism in different police departments like Baltimore. And I mean, if you look at like his record in terms of fighting to protect affirmative action and to defend voting rights, and even the Affordable Care Act, like even with its flaws and all that kind of stuff, it did ensure people who were not insured before, who did not have a way to provide health care for themselves. He saved the auto industry. I mean, he employs a lot of African Americans, especially in a place like Detroit, Michigan, where I'm originally from. That saved a lot of people's jobs. It made it possible for them to be able to provide for their families. So for people to say that this man has done nothing, I just think that that's an exaggeration. And I think that that's a talking point that a lot of people use to like buy into this idea that there has been no progress when, you know, and to buy into this idea that doesn't matter and it doesn't make any kind of difference when you have these concrete examples of things that he has done, like in terms of like freeing a lot of nonviolent drug offenders from prison, like pardoning them or giving them clemency. That's what Obama has done. I mean, he has not done and he should be doing, but to say that he hasn't done anything, it's just not true. And then like my question for both of you is like, idea for a solution, like both of you, you know, I understand your opposition to voting and all that kind of stuff. And I hear what you're saying about separation, but when is this separation going to materialize? I mean, we live in this country, like we are governed by the laws of this country. And I hear people have been talking about separation since Africans were brought to this country. And it hasn't materialized. Like you've had people go to Liberia and stuff like that, and Sierra Leone, if I'm not mistaken. But as a whole, like in terms of a collective solution, that's something that hasn't materialized. It's something that I don't hear any like concrete plan for people to actually separate. And even if you separate and go to Africa, you are still under worldwide white supremacy and capitalism. So
well, if
the solution that y'all talking about.
Well, see, if I were to speak on the solution, a lot of people ain't gonna hear me because, of course, you know that I'm going to be preaching on some Bible prophecy. But you know what I'm saying? Because I know what's coming for this nation, and I know what's good. We're in the time of the end of the Gentiles, but don't nobody want to hear that. You know, because they feel that that's something they've been hearing from their mama, from their grandmama. We in the last days. We in the last days. But honestly, we truly are in the last days. And
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this about the last days.
Ain't telling you, if it ain't telling you what's going on. The problem is that we've been taught the Bible the wrong way. And so we don't really have an understanding of what's being said. We have to know who we are first. Many of us do not. Yeah, we may know about the history of Kemet, and we really don't know who we are. And until we come to know who we are, and part of what is required for us to do is separate. We really have to. I could show the scriptures, just like I had to in Big J XXX when he was questioning me on interracial dating and this and that, and trying to tell me that, that the Bible says this, and that. So I had to post some scriptures. Oh no. In one of the videos, showing them. And see, you think I'm just thinking on interracial dating. This is what I was saying with Tariq Nasheed. I was saying he has a Moorish mentality. He wants black men to be in power, no doubt. I don't believe he's a coon. No, I don't believe he's a coon. And I think he's a great example of not depending necessarily on whites. Not depend. He knows though how far to go though. You know, he ain't gonna talk about the small hats.
Right.
He ain't stupid. He's not stupid.
Right.
You know, I don't know if I should use the word stupid, but I do like the example that he is setting. Like, for instance, he had issues with Facebook, so he decided, okay, I'm going to put together more us. I very much respect that about him. However, he has this Moor mentality. When you consider the Moors, you know, okay, they were pro-black people, but see, Tariq is not very pro-black family. He's not the whole Mackin mentality has got to go. Like, I just heard him recently and saying, okay, it's okay if you bring a white girl to my lectures, just use her as an informant. Why would you even say that? We're gonna have to cut off from I mean, we saw the examples of what will happen, like when we had no choice but to be separate from whites, when we had like the Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's the primary example that we use. But there were various examples throughout the United States, Bronzeville, when we had no choice but when we were separated. I don't know if you saw New Possibilities, the video that I had uploaded, where I was talking about how sadly, a lot of people may just saw that as a video just about gender war or whatever, when I was talking about how black men were the first to support white feminists. And I wasn't trying to do no back and forth thing. I was just trying to get people to think about something. And I had shared part of this video where Frederick Douglass was being talked about, and how he was more, when you had blacks who were fighting for a separate black nation, he was more on that integrating tip. And we have seen what it does not work. We have to separate in every way. Of course, we're still under this. That's why I'm glad I believe in the Most High and what's to come. But there is still something required of us. We're not supposed to just sit back and pray and, oh, you know what I'm saying? Faith without works is dead. We have to do things such as developing our own businesses and this and that, but we got to get about family, black family first. And then we have to, you know, like how when they were policing Cabrini Green, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be done in a minute. When they were providing security for Cabrini Green, the projects I was born in Chicago in the 90s, and there was like a murder, like one murder per night. And just within these projects, and the crime rate had like dropped to zero. And what's crazy is that these men didn't even have, they weren't even using any weapons, I don't believe, any guns. I was living in Milwaukee at that time, but when I heard what was going on, and then to find out that they were no longer getting support because or the city wasn't allowing it because they didn't want to support this being a so-called anti-Semitic racist organization or group, because they had plans of bulldozing Cabrini Green and set so-called rebuilding it for a middle income. Now you just got these middle to upper class yuppies and shit living in what was once Cabrini Green. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to explain to someone in the chat room, but I think I'm kind of wondering if that's a white troll, just asking rhetorical questions and shit.
Right.
But, we saw, it's about, we're going to have to police ourselves. We're going to have to create our own businesses. That is what the example I will follow. From Tariq Nasheed, but the thing is that all that macking and all that kind of shit, we got to get back about black family. That sounds like, oh, we all know that. No, but people ain't really applying that. They really not applying that. That's the first and foremost, and understanding what the Most High requires from us.
So you're saying, like, in terms of separation, it should start like with the businesses and policing ourselves and all that kind of stuff. But like, in terms of physical separation, like how do you see that materializing? Like, I don't see like any kind of concrete plan from any of these groups that espouse this stuff. Like, they're not buying any property or even leaving the United States. It's just things that they talk about. And then, like, one question that I have, like, people often, I hear these people say, like, these are the last days and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, my question is, like, how do people like like Jesus and all these others who were the holy men that are recognized in scripture they didn't know the hour or the day and all that kind of stuff. So how is it regular lay people can profess to know like the exact day and time of the last days, you know?
Well, when I was told that these were the last days by people such as my grandmother and auntie who were Jehovah's Witnesses, my mother wasn't. When I was told that, the thing is, okay, don't get me wrong, Jehovah's Witnesses, they know a lot, they study a lot, but there's still things that, being that it's still under a Zionist agenda, that they're not telling us. But once I got a better understanding from my brothers who are Hebrew Israelites, and remember I told you I did the Ancient Egypt series, and information was coming to me that I wasn't even seeking, you know, because I wasn't convinced that we were and when you get this understanding of the Bible and the books that were taken from the Bible, it makes so much sense. You're seeing prophecy, like me, and trying to totally learn what was Gog and Magog, what was being said about Russia and China, and you're seeing, and then when you're witnessing these things happening, it blows your mind. You know, I got to get on myself too, because I'm supposed to been working on this in relation to the Bible series and me procrastinating and everything. But and then it gives you more faith and it gives you more hope. And I think, like, when we think of putting together a lot of us, it's something, you know, it's like I used to think, well, how can I do this? How is this done? And we now have the internet. We now have so many outlets, PayPal, GoFundMe. We have, you know, it's actually simpler than we realize, you know, like I got to look at the fact I have like 10,000 subscribers. You know, why am I not taking advantage of that? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, YouTube has made quite a few offers. And because I don't want anything to sway what it is that I have to say. You know, I don't want anything, but we have to utilize these things. You know what I'm saying? And like, I remember listening to Master P. You know, some see him as not the best example, but I remember years back, and I had to like sit down and listen to that brother and what he did with $10,000. You know, and you don't have to have $10,000. These things are actually simpler than we realize. And right now, we've got access to so much more than we had like 20 years ago. You know, we've got access to so much information, and we're not taking advantage, myself included, we're not taking advantage of this. You know, when you really look at it, there's no way that we should still be in this state of dependency. Now, nobody is totally independent, and we are still under the system of white supremacy. So I got to be realistic, but that's why I also have hopes that it's going to end soon, but we have to get prepared. How can we be prepared when we don't know shit in carpentry? We don't know, but you got YouTube videos teaching you this, and we're not taking advantage of that.
Right.
We don't know anything in gardening anymore, any of that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mrs. Legit. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to throw this in there, and I agree with you most definitely. I wanted to throw this in there and just kind of speak to the question you were asking. But I will just throw this in there to you, New Possibilities. I hear you, brother, and I absolutely respect what you're saying. But all I would say is I would challenge people to look at things maybe from this perspective. A quote by Malcolm X, and this speaks to the things that Obama so-called did. If you stick a knife in me 6 inches and you pull it out 3, that's not progress. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when they did the sentencing guidelines, and it was 100-1 with the cocaine versus crack sentencing, I think now they put it down to 18-1, or yeah, something like that.
Right, it's still a disparity. It's still a disparity, but it's reduced.
Right.
And, you know, it is. I mean, that's the issue. There shouldn't be any kind of disparity.
Right. And see,
I mean, the thing is, like, you asserted that he had done nothing for Black people, and I cited like all these examples of things that he actually did for Black people. You know, that's my only point. Like, I can hear what you're saying. Like, if you say, well, he didn't do enough or he didn't go far enough with the Fair Sentencing Act, then I'm feeling you on that. I can agree with you on that. But if you say, like, well, he's done nothing for Black people, I mean, it's like that's just contrary to like anybody that just does research on the things that Obama has done things for Black people and just for the American people, period. Of course, you can say, well, he didn't speak out boldly enough. He didn't do enough to address police brutality. Yeah, I mean, I can feel that. I can agree with that. But let's not say the man didn't do anything for Black people when there's plenty of examples of what he has done.
Well,
Examples like the Brothers Keeper program. I mean, cities like Newark, New Jersey, program. Black people benefited from that program, and I know like Mayor Raz Baraka. I mean, his city of that Brothers Keeper program, and I'm sure that there are other cities that benefited directly from that. So I'm just saying, like, let's not exaggerate with our points. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I hear you, and I will just respectfully disagree on that because I don't feel like, honestly, I really do feel like he didn't do anything for the Black community, and I'll tell you why. Because, like I said, that Malcolm X quote, but like for instance with the sentencing guidelines, like when I was saying earlier how none of this stuff is by chance or by happenstance, it's by design. So when they instituted the sentencing guidelines, I'm sure they did it with the mindset that at some point in the future, they may then change these sentencing guidelines or lessen them, and then that is seen as some sense of progress. That is then seen as some sorts of moving forward. When in all actuality, it's really not if you look at it from the perspective of it should have never been done in the first place. So now it's supposed to be looked right. So you have to look at that part too. That it should have never happened. He shouldn't have to make it from 100 to 18. I understand what you're saying
But is that not
he did.
progress though? Like, is that not
But
progress to go from like 100 to 1 disparity to a far smaller disparity of 1 to 18 or 17 or whatever it is? That is, I mean, just not like enough. It shouldn't be any disparity, but there is a decrease in the disparity, is there not?
right. But just let me finish. I'm gonna answer for you. I just want to finish this. But no. I hear what you're saying. I understand 100% what you're saying is, hey, it was 100, so he at least brought it down, and that's gonna help Black people. I got what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, I would have seen it because I really don't, like I told you before, I don't really look at it as progress. Either you're equal or you're not. So to me, to show that is actually something done, it would have been taken away completely. It would have been 1 to 1 because if anything, it should be more for cocaine than crack because you make crack from cocaine. So I don't see that as him doing something for Black people. Also, when you factor in this, because it's a story of a brother who's incarcerated now, and I'm gonna tell you the story how it relates to this issue. But so what you have now is with them, first of all, most of these people they're letting out have already done way more years than they ever should have even done on nonviolent drug offenses in the first place. The next component to that is this. There's a Black man, I posted this story maybe a couple months ago or a month ago, who is in prison and he turned down the Obama release situation. The reason he turned it down is because he would then be on parole for whatever period of time. And so this is what they do. So he would rather do out the rest of his sentence, be released, and not then still have to be on paper. So you have to understand, sometimes when it looks like they're doing something, they're really not. So if you look at it like this, now these people have been out of the society for however many years. They're already now, going to be felons coming back into the society. They're going to have a very difficult time finding gainful employment to support themselves and or children they may have or families they may have. On top of that, as a parolee, they're going to have to meet all of these other criteria, right? Now, if they mess up, guess what? You can go right on back to prison. So this then feeds back into recidivism. So all I'm saying is, when I say challenge people to look at it, so try to look at it as from a holistic perspective. not from just a perspective of, okay, they changed it from 100 to 18, but also what else factors into that equation, right? When you have parole and all those other things, you have a revolving door, you have recidivism, they have to have this in place and that in line. So that brother said, I don't want to be released. I'll do the rest of my sentence. I think he had like 5 years or something like this left. And he said, I'm going to do the rest of my sentence because it's really set up for you to fail. So I'd rather finish straight up. I can get out and I don't have to still be on paper. So I would just say to look at it like that. And when you think about Obamacare, you think about the auto jobs and stuff, those things, though, still were not. I understand where you're coming from, no, because they do disproportionately or proportionately help a lot of Black people. I got you. But at the same time, they were not for Black people per se. When he was running on hope and change, he was running on being supposedly a so-called Black man, and that he was going to do these things. But then when he gets in there, it's like, oh, this is for everybody. But then when you also look at the Brothers Keeper program, we got to also look at that holistically, because that's not for Black boys. That is for Latinos, Asians, and Blacks. That is for any minority group. So again, we have kind of fallen victim to the multicultural, multiracial type of situation where, just like with affirmative action, right? It doesn't really, really, really benefit the Black race like it really could or should, being that we are the most discriminated against, we are the most brutalized, we are the most traumatized, we built this country, all of the above. But when it comes to doing these things and implementing these supposedly helpful things, it's all lives matter. It's multiculturalism. Exactly. It's multiracial. You feel me?
Okay. And if I may speak on that, it's interesting. Why are white women still considered a minority when they're actually the majority within this nation? Yeah. Women will always, like say, women can fight for women's rights. Mexicans for Mexican rights, gays for gay rights, but Blacks, it has to be for civil rights. Blacks, we have to consider that all lives matter, but the police can say blue lives matter. No one has an issue with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so my only response to you, Miss Legit, you made some points about the disparity and all that kind of stuff, and I think that what you're saying is that the president is not like a king or something like that. He has a Congress that he has to deal with. They have to negotiate, these different paths. And they didn't have, it wasn't reduced to zero disparity because you have all these people you got to negotiate with in order to pass a law. So that's the one thing that I wanted to point out. And then your point about how these other groups benefit from these programs, that doesn't take away from the fact that Black people benefit from them. I mean, the fact that, some Latino kids may benefit from the Brothers Keepers program, that doesn't mean that Black people don't benefit. I mean, that doesn't take away from our benefit. And with respect to the affirmative action thing, that's a situation. But I mean, I think that it's a valid point with respect to how the priorities of affirmative action got swayed into a priority of diversity instead of dealing with past discrimination. But I think that nonetheless, Black people do benefit from affirmative action. I know for a fact I'm a law degree without affirmative action. And there are, thousands upon thousands of people that are in a similar situation. So to say that, don't benefit from that, that's just not right. I mean, it's just not true, because a lot of Black people do get into college because of affirmative action. People do get jobs because of affirmative action. So, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying you can't just write it off.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not saying any absolute. I'm not saying any absolutes on that. I'm not saying that Brothers Keeper or something cannot benefit or has not benefited Black people. But I wouldn't then say that program is him doing something for Black people. That's him doing something for minority groups. That's him doing, you know what I'm saying, versus him doing something for Black people.
See, I guess
when he ran, he didn't say that.
See, I don't think that something has to be exclusively for a group.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Can we have something that's just exclusive? I mean, what's wrong with that? Okay, like if Hillary wasn't, if she was, I mean, do you not think that Hillary as president would not have certain benefits, but that would be exclusively for women? You know what I'm saying? I mean, why is there something wrong with that?
Right. I mean, there's something wrong with, like, obviously, like, I don't have any problem with,
or why wouldn't that be allowed, or why wouldn't that be, let's say, politically correct? You know what I'm saying? Being that we are owed certain exclusive rights. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I know that he did pass, like, I mean, and another thing that Obama did is he passed an executive order that dealt with education. Like, it was tight. That was the title of it. So, like, that's an example of something that was solely for African Americans. But my point is this: like, something doesn't have to be solely for Africa or labeled solely for African Americans for Black people to greatly benefit from it, for it to be something that he has done that it has helped Black people. And, like, I just think that it's wrong to just, like,
but wasn't it
my point is, like,
I'm sorry.
I just think that like the idea of, like, discounting something because other groups benefited from it, it's just like, it just doesn't make any kind of sense.
When other groups benefited, like, it deducts from us. You know what I'm saying? It always deducts from our people in some way.
But when you look at it, though, New Possibilities, and I hear what you're saying, but that stuff like that then only becomes our issue, because when stuff is done for other people, is done, like, for instance, when you talk about the LGBT. Now, Obama, and I understand he's not a king, and I get all of that. However, he did things for the LGBT community, such as supporting them outright supporting them outright, helping to influence the fact that it went to the Supreme Court and passed that same-sex marriage is federally legalized. Mm-hmm. On top of that, him saying, hey, if you do not, signing a directive, hey, if you do not have transgender restrooms, we can yank your federal funding. Now, he didn't say, and then we're talking about people's sexual proclivities. Like, we're talking about something that people, you have a choice if you want to have. I don't care what nobody say. There's no proof people are born homosexual, and you have a choice to engage in sexual acts. You just
that's very exclusive. But you have no choice. Transgender bathroom.
Very exclusive.
Right, yeah.
You can't get more exclusive than that. You know what I mean? Right. And I wanted to give you my solution, though, too, because I hear, and when I say some of this stuff, trust me, I've been out here, speaking and doing my thing for years now. People are like, okay, so you saying this, so okay. First of all, I don't think that there's any solution. I think there are options. I like to say there are options, because I feel like when we talk like solutions, I feel like that's an oversimplification of a very complex issue that is historic and everything else, very multi-layered. So when I say options for us, I do think that Black capitalism is one. And within that, I mean, Black people are the country's biggest consumers. We do not manufacture, we do not produce, and we do not distribute. So our money does not even go around in our community. It literally goes out of our pocket back into other races' pockets. It doesn't even circulate in our community at all. Where other races, their money circulates 2-3 times. Some go up to like 11 times and beyond. Ours not even one. So I think that is an important component that we have to utilize, is to develop, Black business development, Black business support, those sorts of things. I'll talk about a movement that I'm building called Common Sense Consciousness, which subscribes to some of these things, which is taking, things that we want to see, the kind of cliche, be the change you want to see type of thing. But it's really taking that and putting it into each individual in the community. So, Dr. taking a page from Dr. Welsing, who everything to me, Elder Neely Fuller. Their things about how to fight white supremacy all begin with restoring respect for yourself as a black person and other black people. Because you can't get to options without having respect. Because if you can't build with black people, you can't build nothing then. I mean, if we can't respect each other, so things such as when you see black people, smile to them, speak to each other. When you see stuff in the community, trash, these sorts of things, clean up your own communities. Don't destroy your own communities. When you get your black pages in your particular city that you live in, become familiar with the businesses and services that are offered. When you need whatever it is, try to go buy black and do black as much as you possibly can, even if it's going out of your way, even if you got to spend a little bit more. We have to do those things because those are fundamentals. And if we are to take from Dr. Amos Wilson when he said, use history as two things. It should inform and inspire, but it should also be to learn from what happened, what went wrong. And one of the problems with us is, of course, integration. But that was, oh, God bless you, integration, but that was pushed in so many, different forms. So we have to learn from integration. The integration has not been positive. It has not been beneficial to the black community. It just has not. And so we, to me, can begin to self-segregate in certain means. This is the other problem. I honestly do not believe that there will ever be some mass unity. I just don't. I think that this unity has been fostered in our community for so long. It's very difficult. And unfortunately, in our community, we tend to have short memories. We tend to forget very easily. So we have to understand that the condition of Black people in 2016 did not happen overnight. This is literally hundreds of years in the making. Therefore, because our people are a see it to believe it, we have to begin small groups of like-minded Black people forming communities, forming our own coalitions between small groups of like-minded people as to be an example or a model for other Black people who may then see that and want to become a part of it, may want to then build with us, may want to then bring their families in. So I don't think it's going to be a mass, especially not with Trump in there. It's just not going to, I mean, that's just my opinion. And I say this is the last thing. And I really hope this does not happen. I know Obama gave us hope and change, and we got hope and change, all right. But anyway, I, I hope this doesn't happen. But I honestly feel like we are under a real possibility that the so-called African American may end up in a museum one day. I honestly feel that way because we do not see the clear and present danger. We are not taking this as serious as we should. And just the fact to show you how serious we're not taking this, Black people became so comfortable and so complacent and took so much for granted because it was a so-called Black man who was president, even though I don't consider him Black, but whatever. A so-called Black man who became president. We got real comfortable. And white supremacy said, here, and threw a glass of cold water in our face and said, you better wake up. You better remember what time it is. You done got comfortable and sat back like it's all good for you. These people ain't never forgot and they have never changed. Understand when we talk about our ancestors or we talk about our grandparents and our great-grandparents, remember who white people's grandparents and great-grandparents are. They were standing out while Black people were hanging in trees, being strung up in trees, celebrating, cheering, having picnics, socializing, okay, burning us up, okay. They were doing those things. So let's not forget, we're not far removed from none of that. And Trump if anything, Trump showed y'all, baby, you ain't made no progress. You see how I galvanize these white folk under the banner of nothing but white supremacy. He has no political record. He has nothing. He has nothing. This man has his children trying to get them security clearance.
He's not really prepared for this.
No.
It's almost as if he just ran for president, just saying, "Can I really do this?" You know.
That's right.
Exactly.
And if y'all haven't
he's like
seen
surprised that he won. He's probably like, "Oh, I actually won this thing.
Yep.
I got to actually be president now."
Yep. And it's a movie y'all need to watch. It's a movie y'all need to watch called Wag the Dog. Check out a movie called Wag the Dog, and that shows you how a lot of this political stuff is set up. It's manufactured, it's crafted and created.
Now, what you said that's called? Run the Dog.
No, Wag the Dog.
Wag the Dog.
Is that the movie where Robert De Niro? Is that the one, or is it another one? Oh, okay, that's it. Okay.
It's like Trump is kind of like that that girl that's selected as class president, but she just ran like a popularity contest. But then when I asked when the duties, you know, when she was hit with the duties as class president, she's clueless.
Okay.
It's like, I saw this article that basically said like Trump was just overwhelmed, like when he learned about all the responsibilities when he met with Obama. Like he was like, wow, I got to do all of that. I mean, he probably just like thought he was like, he probably didn't think he was going to win. I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't think he would win. And then now that he wins, he's like, I got to actually do this. I got to actually be the president. Oh man. And I saw this cartoon with this guy, like, you know, a drawing of Trump in the like in an airplane, like in the front of an airplane, like where you have all those gadgets and all that stuff, and he's like looking at a manual trying to figure out how to operate this plane with all these countless gadgets and stuff like that. And that's how it is with him. Like he doesn't know what he's doing. Like he doesn't know like the scope of this job that he's taking on. And these people that voted for him really don't have a clue, because this guy doesn't have any plans at all, and they're going to trust him to be the damn president.
Yep. For no other reason than he's a white supremacist. That's all it takes. And this is what I always say about white people. If we got this mentality right here, we would be golden in so many ways. White people understand one thing: race first. Race first. Race over everything. Race over economics. Race over gender. Race over sexual whatever proclivities. Race first. They understand that.
That's true. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, because like you had these poor whites that they don't have anything in common with this billionaire. Yeah, they put all that aside to support him. And then you had these women who were degraded by him, but they put that aside and they voted for him based on his race.
They totally overlooked. You saw how they was with Bill. You know, we spoke on this before. You saw how they like Bill Cosby. That's into him. All you have to do is make an accusation. They making sure that his TV show is off the air and syndication, and you see, but really they will put the white race before their womanhood, before their femininity. Right. That's how strong.
Yeah, and even before their religion, like they claim to be all these Christians and all this stuff, but then they see this guy's white. Yeah, the first lady. And then even Donald Trump, like the way he speaks to women and how he treats women, that's not Christian values.
And this is a man, if you remember as far back with him cheating on Ivana Trump with Marla Maples, remember when he was all in the tabloids? It kind of inspired that movie First Wives Club, remember? Mm-hmm. Don't Get Mad, Get Everything, where Ivana Trump, that was his wife, Ivana Trump. This is the man that was all in the tabloids. If somebody would have told me this like back in 1988 when he was, the hot gossip in the tabloids at that time with his divorce and him cheat with Marla Maples, I mean, who would have thought?
Wow.
But then again, why am I surprised? But honestly, I even told people in my hangout, like I was like, place your bets, because I really felt, and you know that I don't even like saying conspiracy theorists. because I don't even believe it's. I mean, the whole Western world was established upon a conspiracy. So why are we always looking at what we call conspiracy theorists as being crazy? But I honestly thought, being that I follow all that on the bloodlines and everything, and people being set up in certain positions to keep, you know, in the pyramid and all that. You know, I'm not one to look at a Dorito chip and think Illuminati, but I'm just saying, you call it Illuminati or whatever. You know, I do believe that. And I ain't gonna lie, I was like, place your bets. I was just sure that Hillary was gonna win because I felt that she was the selected. You know, because I was convinced, even with Obama, you know, well, yeah, I did initially like vote. The first vote I missed because my friend owed me back. But I had begun to realize, okay, Obama is selected. You know, I'm looking at all that bloodline relations, the agenda at the same time, the agenda, you know, that they want to be pushed. And being that I had, you know, learned that Trump was not quite in agreement with the Zionist plans, I just knew that he was not going to be the one selected. But perhaps it was a thing of them having to please the real people, the real puppet masters, small hats, having to please the majority. They were not that stupid because they have to keep the majority, the so-called Goyim, as their white people, as their soldiers doing the dirty work for them. So they had to please them. But I still kind of wonder, is he going to last? You know, because I don't think he was the one selected. But then again, my brother, we was in our recent Bible study, and he was speaking on prophecy in regards to Russia. And I was like, oh, I didn't think about that. But that's something that's a little deeper. So
yeah, but you know what? And those possibilities, please don't, you know, take, you know, me any kind of way or anything like that. I'm just, you know, passionate, I guess, speaker, and I just am very, I guess, direct when it comes to white supremacy, and I guess my frustrations, you know. And I just would really say that to our community as a whole, that it is time to get real. And a problem has become that we have, Lachey, you used a word earlier which I think was perfect, dependent. We've become so dependent on these people. We've intertwined with them so much, creating families and children with them, and wanting to be a part of them and live in their neighborhoods and go to their schools and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have truly lost track of ourselves. And even though, you know, looking at our ancestors and some of the things they endured, and the fact that some of our ancestors, our people, were for integration, but I mean, we have really gotten very lazy intellectually. We have gotten very lazy racially. We have just kind of, you know, and to me, some of us have even given up on the so-called black race. You know, we just said, forget it. I'm going to just assimilate as much as possible and I'll be okay.
And that's been our problem. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
And Trump is letting us know that. And people like Tommy, and y'all, I was thinking about this earlier because I was watching some things and they were talking about, you know, his cabinet and stuff, and talking about how David Duke, you know, came out and spoke out, and he was very happy and excited about Trump's selections and him choosing that man, Stephen Bannon or whatever. And I was thinking, Tommy sat up there and sat down with this damn David Duke man. And he came on his show and he went on his, or whatever the case was. I think Tommy just had him on his show. And he was sitting there and trying to really intellectualize with this man. And I'm thinking, you dumb coon. David Duke will be the first one. He will be the first one to have your head on the platter. He can't wait to have your cool ass head on a platter.
And he let it be known.
Yeah, and see Tommy, people like Tommy and these people, O'Shea, whatever that boy's name is, and these other people, they have
Dookie
believed.
Jackson.
Yes. Otay. They have erroneously believed that somehow, some way, either the white man needs them to dog out black women, or that the white man and woman appreciates what they're doing and will handsomely reward them. And I'm sorry to tell you, but as Khalid Muhammad said, if he know that your people can't trust you, he know damn sure he can't trust you. And you gonna be the first one he put a bullet in the back of the head. While you ran around here and you talk trash on black women gonna be the only thing to save your funky narrow behind from these white supremacists, I bet you, if they decide to. But it's not gonna be these white women. It's not gonna be these white men, and the white women didn't come out to support y'all. Where's your white women?
Somebody like Tommy, but don't get me wrong. You may think I'm crazy, but there are some things that I do listen to, from David Duke. As crazy as that may sound, I'm not so much against or the ideas of the white separatists. Okay, of course I'm not with persecute non people, but the idea of a lot of what David Duke speaks on. Okay, because I'm one of those. I'm going to listen to various people. You know what I'm saying? Even the people that I'm told I shouldn't be listening to. And like, if you listen, like there was a reason why David Duke and Bill O'Reilly and they got into it. See, Bill O'Reilly is part of the agenda. He's part of the. David Duke is just basically about white people. He's about the preservation of the white race. And hey, that's, I'm cool with that. Stay with yourself as long as you ain't, harming my people or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that idealism. And he promote that, and he, he claims he's not against black people. He just feel it would be better for us all. And this and that. And deep down, that's the truth. Deep down, that's the truth. That's not part, though, of the Zionist agenda. There are things that we want to, we really need to know who the real puppet master is. And I'm not trying to sound as if I'm agreeing with the KKK. I'm with the KKK in any sort of way. But honestly, we are going to have to take on that separatist mentality that they have taken on. We're going to have to, and we're going to see the total benefit of that. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, we have to get prepared. Okay, we know now that Trump is going to be president. Perhaps something will happen. I don't know. But if he don't get with the program, I know he wants to be his own man. He has his own ideas. But he's going to have to get with the program if he wants to stay. Whatever plans they have in the Middle East, just like with Obama and North Africa, he's going to have to go along with it. That's the way it is. But speaking of Sotomayor, good. See, somebody like Tommy, they are the most dependent, and they don't even realize they're showing off their cards. He is so dependent. He is so chained. I remember when, like reading the scripture about how the yoke of iron will be put around our necks until we are destroyed. And I was like, how is that? How until we're destroyed? And but the thing is, like when they said they would make it where they've taken crafty counsel. I just don't want to misquote the scripture. Until Israel will be no more in remembrance. We will no longer remember who we are. And see, the thing is, they will have the yoke of iron around our neck until we are destroyed. And see, the thing is, when they saw that we were mentally destroyed, you know what I'm saying? They could remove the iron. They could remove the chains because we have now been mentally. There's no need to have us chains because we have been mentally destroyed. And see, that's and when we're so dependent like this. See, somebody like Tommy, they are so dependent. I kind of feel if he wasn't a demon, I kind of feel sorry for him. because that's why he's always trying. If you notice, he's always trying to hang out in the L. Dot shows and slap a dun and this and that, because he's bored, he's lonely. He knows that this is what he has to do for the rest of his life. His life is totally dependent on how white people react and how they support him. So he got to continue every day looking for something on black women, black people to talk about. If he's up in here right now, he has no life. Because that's gonna get played, the pool and all that. What's the point if you ain't got nobody to enjoy it with? Him and Otay, they and see, somebody need to warn Otay, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Tommy's miserable. He is a miserable ass man. That's why he always got that alcohol around him, because he is so dependent. He got to kiss they ass so hard. It's really sad. Well, I feel free. I may be broke.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I can talk how I feel. I can, what everything he say, it's dictated by what white people want. That has got to be a terrible way to live. That's got to be terrible. You know, he don't give a damn about no Donald Trump. He knows this, but he's just whatever to tickle their ears, and that's really, and we got to get out of that state. You got black people, like a lot of these musicians. They're so scared to say anything on these police shootings. They're so afraid. And you know they frustrated with this shit. But it's really sad. I feel for them.
And now you see the backtracking, because it's so many people now who are these rappers and celebrities or black people who are now, oh, well, Trump, he's this and that. He tell it like it is, and all of this kind of stuff now. So a lot of people have to switch up. Because now, with him in there, they know their job and all of that is really on the line. So you have a lot of people now have changed, turn with the tide, and they like, okay. And another thing I just want to say to my people, don't get caught up in believing this protest nonsense.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, I lost my connection. I got disconnected for a second. But I hope y'all heard what I was saying. But I was just saying, like, I couldn't find common ground with David Duke because of just the history of the KKK and all that stuff.
I understand what you're saying. Oh, definitely. Please don't see me saying that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, for him, like,
why
that's an
can't
open
we
enemy.
Just accept that they don't want to integrate with us? Why can't we just accept that idealism? You know what I'm saying? It's not about their right, like they're in the right to hang up, to lynch our people. Hell no. Even if our people is dating into, even if, like, we could say Emmett Till was wrong for not being obedient to his mother, but there's absolutely no reason for the brutal, demonized shit that they did. Absolutely, I'm not for black men messing with women, but there's absolutely no excuse for, you know what I'm saying? Even if I'm against, interracial relationships or black men chasing white women. I have 4 brothers. Of course, I don't want no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? To ever, so no, I'm not saying that, but we do have to take on. I do listen to David Duke on certain things. I'll put it this way. I listen to what he has to say on certain things before, like when he said he would support, like for instance, with the book that was promoted by the Nation of Islam, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, if I'm quoting the title correctly. But we have to, because there are certain things that they do know, like with the race baiting. You know what I'm saying? That's with those who control the media. And this is true. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I find like this with these people that hate Jews so much, they also hate black people. Like it's like that hatred towards the Jews is hand in hand with hatred towards black people and Latino people.
But we're gonna have to one and the same. You know what I'm saying? The so-called Jews that many of us see as liberal, they hate us. We don't realize that the liberals hate us.
Liberals can be just as racist as the
right. And we gotta look out for them even more. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
that's
the thing is, I'm cool. Like my neighbor does not have to like me. Just stay in your yard. You know what I'm saying? That's not a reason to kill me, but just stay in your yard and I will stay. You ain't got to like me at all, but we have to it'd be nice if we could all get along. No, you know,
right.
That's nice and wonderful, but look at what we've been trying to get along with these people for how long now?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We've been like I used to have that mentality. You know, I was supposedly pro-black, but I'd be trying so hard to explain to white people.
Right.
Well, no, it's like this. That's me, 1990. That's me. You know what I'm saying?
That's over with, huh?
Right. That's so dumb. When these people are crying over a damn gorilla, they having issues with a gorilla getting shot over a baby and mom.
Okay.
No, I don't want to deal with these damn people.
Yeah, they love animals more than they love black people.
That's
oh yes.
They believe people are animals. They believe these people crazy. Why are we trying to you know, so I'm trying to think, you know, I don't want
they'll cry over a dead dog. They'll cry over a dead dog before they'll cry over a black man.
So what does that tell you? It was people with Hurricane Katrina. They was thinking about getting out there to rescue the animals and stuff.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, what does that tell you?
They'll take their boat past. They'll take their boat. You see a black person out there, you know, who's trying to, you know, they trying to stay above, they head above water, trying to make it, and they say right there, and they pointing in the direction, and the boat go right past them. Y'all see that dog? Y'all see that dog up on the land? You know what I'm saying?
Right. What is wrong with that? You know, I don't even understand it. No matter what I feel, if I see a baby or something of any race, you know, the motherly instinct in me, that's an automatic, no matter what I talk up in here. You know, I don't want to.
They don't have a soul. Like some of them just don't have a soul. Right. They don't have like a soul at all, man. They're just like heartless.
I agree. They are.
Man. Some of them are.
Right. So we can't eat pet lives.
Okay. Pet lives matter.
I can see them.
Sure. Animal lives matter. You feel me? Like
they dare you. They dare you.
And my daddy used to always say that, like when I was growing up, and I would be laughing because my dad is very militant, and he would always say, white folks care more about a dog than they do he would say N-word, but you know what I'm saying, then they do a nigga, you know, and I would laugh at that when I was young, you know, I used to laugh and think that was so funny till I got an adult and I really seen like daddy was so for real, you know what I mean, like he was telling the truth.
Because they literally love dogs. It's like they dress them up in outfits and all that kind of stuff.
They love they love an animal that's loyal. They love an animal you can treat like crap or slap, and they still lick your feet, loyal to you, protect you. That's what they want. And also, you got to remember, dogs helped them through slavery and tracking us down.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people when they talk about them coming from the Caucasus Mountains, that they first domesticated, I guess, the wolf or what have you. They were domesticating them, and so to me, they have they're connected to those animals. This is why you hear about them bestiality, them having sex with animals. It's a documentary y'all need to check out on YouTube. And when I tell you, you may want to throw up, so I'm just preparing you. But these heifers is two white couples, and they're connected in their love of animals. So the husbands are outside, whatever, because I think one of them lived on like a ranch type thing, and them two was outside talking, and then the two wives or whatever was inside talking. The two women were talking about they lost their virginity to dogs.
What? Oh man.
I kid you not. They was talking about the one heifer was like, the one cave beast was like, well, he was, you know, it was my first time, and I don't even want to. Anyway.
I think I know what you're talking about because it's a YouTuber. I'm subscribed to him. I believe he's from Chicago. Also, Dawa Israel. Dawa.
Oh yeah, Dawa.
Yeah, you be thinking that he may be exaggerating. He be snapping because he come off. He even make people like me, you and I, make us look like we straight up Uncle Tom's or
Okay.
like he can't stand white folks. But he had I remember him showing these clips. I was like, oh my gosh, is it really? Because you think of like a guy, someone sleeping with a sheep. You think of that something they creeping and doing. That's something that's very, very rare. That's something they don't want nobody to know. And these are people, because he showed like some clips of what you might be talking about. Because it was a woman talking, like they seriously having relationships with these animals. I was like, oh my gosh, where did he find this?
And think about it. They would always have their dogs and stuff sleeping in the bed with them.
Looking them in the face.
Why do you have dogs in the bed with you?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, and then I'm just not an animal person, number one. But I grew up in a family where if you had a dog, it was outside. And it was to bark and let you, make sure, protect the house and all that. You didn't have no dog that lives in your house, let alone in your bed. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and think of that licking y'all in the face.
Yes.
You got to think about that. What's the point of allowing that? You know what I'm saying? If we don't let people lick us in the face, and then they'll use excuses like, well, believe it or not, a dog's mouth is cleaner than a toilet. I mean, they'll say, wait, what's the crazy shit? Oh, it's. I mean, but still, why?
It's cleaner than the. I know what you're talking about.
Clean mouth, but I mean, I don't want my own husband licking in the face. I mean, come on now. This is your face. That's just
right.
This is an animal that licks its butt and he drinks out the toilet.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Right. They be having lice and ticks or fleas and stuff like that. And they just nasty. But look at white folk. They get lice in their hair. And I grew up going to school, predominantly white school. And they would literally have lice scares. And where they would send some of the kids home from school because they were saying they had lice, they didn't want it to spread. And I'm like, what? What is that? I don't know what those things
I didn't know
until
my family moved to the suburbs for like 3 years.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I was like a preteen. I had no idea. Wait, some of these people up in your chat, I think they white folks. I think they,
What are they saying? What are they talking about?
Well, I just said something.
I agree, Lachey.
Yeah, you can tell what white folks playing.
DJ Black Charm.
The great American political site. I'll be looking at stuff. I'll be looking up people. Because I like playing detective. You see things like you could tell too when they be you see Decatur Red Trap nigga holiday. What? No, but anyways, you can tell, like, for instance, if they use too much broken English in their post.
Right. Trying to pretend like they're black.
Right. Like there used to be, I don't know if you remember Nat Turner Is Alive. You can tell when they be trying. Yeah, they'll use broken grammatically incorrect because we can't talk like that.
We can't talk right.
right.
We be not talking right, y'all.
Hey, you will find images of Khalid Muhammad.
I don't even know how you read in the chat room right now. I didn't know you could read.
Oh yeah. You ain't know.
You go, girl.
And there was this idiot today, believe it or not. Oh my gosh. I love just, usually I just delete trolls out of, I just block them because I ain't got time. But sometimes I entertain them. Like just today, somebody's like, if you notice, this woman, she never does videos live, like speaking live, recording live where you see my face and body and all that. So I just, posted some some links to my videos where I was quite a few, and I'm like, dumbass, before you made this statement, you didn't even think, because he was trying to say, I think she's a tranny.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't ask a
Wow.
question. He just said, notice how she never. I'm like, didn't it come upon you to at least do a little research? You know what I'm saying? And so I went back and forth with this person, and allowing them.
And what difference do it make? Like,
right.
either you gonna get with the information or you not. Like, I mean,
right. And the person kept trying to go back and forth and stuff. I'm like, why are you even? If you think I'm a tranny, why you keep trying to get the attention of a damn tranny? Why are you? And I was just
I can't stand trolls, man.
Yeah, he tried to come. Yeah, I could tell it was a white person. Then he tries to, when I revealed to them or put the mirror to them so they could see how much of a dumbass they were. Then he tries to come posting more grammatically correct, trying to show this expanse in his vocabulary. I'm like, you still because I mean, like, didn't it? I don't know.
man, I'm telling you, this.
But they have this supremacy. You could be also smart, highly intelligent, but just lack basic common sense. And but white people, they must convince themselves that they are of this superior mindset, and
y'all know how I do, and I love to, I guess you could say, debate with white folks and with these coons who always put down black women. But white folks, I be going into their little chat thing, they little things with the Alex Jones stuff or with the different stuff, especially with all this Trump. Oh man. And with all of this Trump stuff and then they celebrating and stuff, I be going in there going in. They be either blocking me, they'll kick me out the chat, they'll suspend me at first. Then they'll kick me out. It never fails because I only go at them with facts. Because the first thing they start doing is this: the first thing they almost always say, "Oh, shut up! You just want to make sure you're gonna get your EBT."
Yeah, they'll come with something.
Yeah, they say that all the time. Yeah. Like they always assume that everybody black is on welfare.
Okay,
they'll come with dumb shit like that.
And I'm like, and then I always get them with this. I always kill them with this, and I be like, "Oh, so that's what you worried about is government, spending welfare type things." Well, I'll have you know that the people who get the most so-called the most welfare are actually wealthy white people. They just call it something different.
Right.
Yeah, corporate. They just call it something different.
And they'll say
like, they get mad.
And even when you look at, like within, even if we were to exclude corporate welfare, and when you hit them with like nearly 70% of, over 60% of welfare is going to white people. We're over 60% of the population. But I say, even if you look within the groups, like what percent of white people within the white race and what percent of black people. Now, the percent of black people who receive welfare benefits are like 38%. The percent of white people who receive welfare benefits is only 1% more, 39%. So just looking within the races. So now how in the hell is this when white people are the least likely, if ever, to face discrimination? They are the first fired, last fired. There is absolutely no reason why there's only 1% difference. 1%. There is no excuse for that. Absolutely no excuse why only 1% less of them within the group, receives welfare benefits. And I'm not even talking about, like you mentioned, corporate welfare with the welfare. Right. I'm not even talking about that.
And also the subsidies that some of these wealthy people just individually get as well. They get kickbacks, they get subsidies, they get different things. They just call it something different. They get tax shelters, they have loopholes, they have all different sorts of things and information they are privy to that the average black person will never know. And you talking about people getting $300 or $400 at the most probably a month versus these people getting buku millions and millions and millions upon millions of dollars, as if black people are really getting over by having even if they do have some have EBT or welfare. And like you said, Lashe, that's the thing I always bring up to them as well, which is that if there was not the discriminatory practices toward black people, if there was actual true equality where people have the same access to education, to resources to employment and all of these other things, perhaps you wouldn't see so many black people on welfare or EBT or whatever. So,
Right,
they
know
don't want to
this
hear
deep
that.
down. Yeah, and that's the thing. They don't want to hear it because they know this deep down. And like you said, then they'll resort to just saying something stupid. Take that wig off. Black, they'll always resort to some stupid, dumbass retort because
right.
or they'll keep asking these rhetorical questions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Or plan is giving you the runaround, make these claiming that you're a racist. They love that, and that's the thing too. White people are the whiniest people. They talk about blacks whining. They whine so much today. It's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh,
and
for nothing.
Be victims, right? For nothing. Yep. They want to be victims so bad. Now all of a sudden, and you see how they're rewriting history, just like Irish slavery.
Right.
They switched words when convenient. Servant slaves.
Right.
But yet they're trying to say they're changing history books and trying to refer to the blacks who were. That's what we're gonna, in like 10, 20 years, it's going to be the it's going to be the items that were on the ships and chains and it's like they want to be victims. They want to be. They're talking about us, but they are one. Okay, if you were to type in hate crimes, you just see nothing but white folks, even though we know that they are not the primary targets of hate crimes. They are the ones who are committing the hate crimes. But they want you talking about genocide, white genocide in South Africa, despite the history of them committing genocide.
Are you kidding?
Black people. Yes, but they're whining now.
Man,
they're whining. With what's his name, Robert Mugabe. I mean, they're whining now. I mean,
Lord forbid.
Yeah, because and then it is crazy how they talk about the end of white guilt. This is the end of the era of white guilt. First of all, to be guilty, you have to be sentenced. Usually people who are found guilty are sentenced. That's right. They have never been sentenced to shit. And in many cases, they've never even been charged with anything. So how in the hell have they ever felt any guilt? That's what really trips me out when they talk about this white guilt. They talk as if they've never even given us 40 acres and a mule, but let them tell it. They've been so guilty and nice to us. There has been nothing that has been exclusively paid back to black people. Nothing that they talk as if welfare is a black thing. They talk as if affirmative action when it's primarily their people still who benefit. Even with the reservations for Native Americans, even with the reservations. It's funny how when this was granted to the natives, the Amerindians, it's funny how it's so many people, white people, Caucasian people became Indian. You know what I'm saying? To get nothing has been granted.
Let me say, I cracked their face. Oh, let's see. I cracked their face, y'all, when they was talking this stuff about Trump, and he's gonna send all these people back, and he's gonna get rid of all this immigration. It's draining on our economy, and blah blah blah. And they said he's gonna send the so and so back there and here and there and everywhere. And I said, well, wait a minute. When the hell he gonna send y'all back? I said, this ain't y'all country. I said, y'all white people is something else. I said, y'all actually in here having conversations as if this really belongs to you, and it doesn't. I said, it belongs to the Native Americans. Guess what they told me? Oh, that was so long ago.
That's always.
That's the answer.
Don't forget the Holocaust. Don't forget the Holocaust or what Yeah, Chakra's white. That's a white term. Yes, I know Caucasians were on the slave ships. Yes, I definitely know Caucasians.
Yeah, Chakra's definitely
Oh,
white.
y'all think that guy is white? Yeah, because he's been
Yeah, that's a
he's
white
been on my
person.
page, like going in.
Yeah, he's
I
using
just ignored
terms
him.
like chakra.
Yeah, Chakra E. Get the hell out of
But
here.
he'll say something here.
Call in then, Chakra.
Right.
I
that's
mean,
not gonna happen.
click the link.
He'll try to say you are the Native Americans. He'll try to say something here and there. But whenever you have a person, they got this empty content, and but they are appearing like a name that's chakra.
Man,
Yeah, 0 subscribers. Yeah.
Right. I don't trust it. I see them all this.
but these people are just really, really sick, and as you said, but they just want to be victims so bad, but then they turn around and so-called victim shame when it comes to Black people, and that's the first thing. And this is why my argument against when people say, and I had this conversation with somebody Saturday night on Sister Sci-Fi's live stream, and this guy was saying, well, Black people are just being victims and always blaming the white man and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, I'm going to challenge you to think about this for a moment. I said, who is it that, who you heard talk about blaming the white man? Who talked about that but the white man? It is the white man who has put it out there that Black people need to stop blaming the white man. I said, to me, the problem is Black people don't blame the white man enough, because if we did, we might have more of a collective realization of just the brutality and the trauma that they have inflicted on our people and that they continue to inflict. Why is it wrong? Why should we misrepresent the facts? Why should we misrepresent the truth and the history of what actually happened? And hold on, like I told them, and hold on, still happens today. The conditions never really changed. It only switched from it being more overt to more covert. It only switched to being more streamlined and sophisticated and incorporated into the system. So then why is it wrong, like somebody said earlier, oh, she doesn't give accountability to Black people because I talked about how drugs were purposely flooded into drugs and guns purposely flooded into Black communities. But here's my thing, and I've challenged other races of people who said this, and other Black people who said this as well. Can you name me one other racial group in the United States of America who have had the same exact situations happen to them, and they are doing well and thriving and collective unity, and their neighborhoods are intact, their families are intact? Can you name to me where other people have had to endure what Black people have historically and what we still go to today? Nobody can ever tell me that. Because if people even still want to say Native Americans, which they still can't, but if they try to, you see how tore up and jacked up Native Americans are. And that is because of whom? The white man. Why are we supposed to bite our tongue on that? Now, me saying that that's not the same thing as me saying that Black people don't have some responsibility for our condition, that we don't have some responsibility for our neighborhoods, community, etc. I'm not saying that we have none. I'm just saying that there, to me, is absolutely zero problem in blaming this white man, because you need to understand who you're dealing with, and you need to understand that history can and often does repeat itself.
Right. And see, it's funny, you got someone in chat, as you're saying history repeats itself. Most countries had slaves back in the day. Okay, what the hell that got to do with us, though?
Yeah, that's what they do.
If they want, we're talking about us. We're talking about what's went on with our damn people, with our ancestors. You're saying that we were never slaves. It all depends on how you define slaves, and also you have to, because the only thing that's really changed are laws. Some of the most atrocious shit happened post-slavery. Okay, this is something you got to realize. Some of the most atrocious shit in history, like when you think of the only time a bomb was dropped on American soil was post-slavery Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That's right.
I mean, and this was something that was ordered by the government. This wasn't just a so-called terrorist act.
That's
the only
right.
time that it was ordered that a bomb be dropped on a city, a community, okay, this was not during slavery, or what you want to consider to be slavery. And even if we weren't what you want to refer to as slaves, literal slaves, we bear the scars of our parents, their parents, and their parents' parents. That was not that damn long ago. It's like when white people, okay, and it's funny how they say, y'all just blame everything on us, to take no responsibility. But yet, when their children are out of control, they're blaming the Jewish-controlled media, the Zionist-controlled media.
The black people committing crime.
Exactly. They love talking about, especially these white stormfront. They blame the Zionists, the so-called Jews, for everything. They want you. Like I was saying with the David Dukes, I'm not saying that I disagree with them on what they're saying in regards to the so-called Zionists, but it's funny how they want us to recognize, they can recognize the Zionist agenda, but they don't want to recognize the system of white supremacy and the agenda behind that. With us, you're not taking responsibility. But they don't take responsibility for shit. They blame just, the majority of whites didn't even own slaves. Well, you know what? There was over 1 million of us here. Where the hell were we? And even so, okay, look at the people. When you look at them images of black folks being lynched and white people, communities. These weren't just a few white people. They whole communities. And this wasn't that long ago. This was just, you got cases of this. My grandmother was born in 1920s. You had cases of this in her lifetime. That wasn't that long ago. And you had communities of white people. They have their children take off school for this shit. Now, if you were to look at them images, those photos of white people standing all around the lynched body, men, women, and children, I bet you over 70% of those people, over 80%, of them, their ancestors, their family members didn't own any plantations. I bet you. That's only because they couldn't afford to. The people who brutally murdered Emmett Till, beat and murdered him. They look like some pretty broke ass white people. Beside,
but you don't have to go.
Store. And I'm sure that they or their families probably didn't necessarily own slaves. But did that make their ass even any less racist? They didn't own them because they couldn't afford to.
You don't have to go that far back. I mean, there's so many other examples, but look at what happened to Move. Look at what happened to Move in Philadelphia in the 80s. You feel me? So we don't, I mean, you definitely don't have to look back. And then if we see now that all we're really seeing is lynching in different forms now. When we have the unarmed black men, women, and children being gunned down by white police officers who pose no threat. Who pose no threat to them. Also, y'all notice how.
And think about this. This happens more often. Like black people, unarmed black people, unjustly being shot down, then you have the lynchings. Think about that.
And also, I want y'all to pay attention. Okay, remember when and this was just recently, remember it was in Tulsa, I believe. The brother, they killed him, the white woman, the white officer, female officer. Okay, now mind you, you don't hear anything else about that right now. You don't hear anything else about Sandra Bland. But with that particular case with the white woman who killed that black man, notice at the same time was the case in Charlotte. And so what they tried to do was to deflect, because they were trying to say the brother out of North Carolina that he had a gun or whatever. And his wife was on video saying, don't do it or whatever, and they tried to deflect from the situation in Oklahoma to that case and say, oh, black people were wrong in reacting because this man had a gun, even though that still has not been proven. But so we don't have to go back into any type of, the annals of history. Like, no, this stuff It's happening all day, every day.
Right.
And when you have the cases of brothers like Victor White, like Oscar Grant, like brothers who are handcuffed and they kill you. How the hell I'm gonna do something to you and I'm handcuffed? What's the I mean, what
Right.
am I doing to you?
And when
Like
you have
what?
little children, when
Yes.
you got a 13-year-old kid playing
Yeah.
with a BB gun, and you got this shit on tape. You got this on tape.
Yep.
And he's getting shot and killed, even though white people, they be buying their sons guns like when they're as young as 6 years old, teaching them to shoot and, innocent animals and shit. When they, you know what I'm saying? They proudly take photos with their children holding rifles and shit.
That's
and
right.
yet this little boy, like as if they couldn't have shot him in the legs if it was necessary to shoot. Like they really felt threatened by this child, obvious child. Come
and
on.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Natasha.
That's no different than with the Emmett Till.
I have a question for all of these integrationist Negroes. And anybody, family, New Possibility, Lashee, anybody in the chat, if y'all could ask these integrationist Negroes this question, I would like to know the answer. Who do you think these white boys in these militias are training to kill primarily? Who do you think they are going out to the forests in Oregon every year for survival training? What are they doing that for? What are they creating bunkers for? What are they training their children and their wives to shoot, to kill? Primarily, who are they training to go against? Why are they most of them parts of the NRA? What is the reason? And people don't understand that the NRA was formed with the dissolving of the KKK in many forms and many facets. As it was kind of downsized, you saw the NRA. The NRA appeared on the scene the same year as, oh my gosh, it escapes my mind at this moment, but it came on the scene the same year as these other racist organizations were some of them were kind of taken down, or seemed to be taken down a little bit more. They merely transitioned that into the NRA. So they tell you, and then what many of these integrationist Negroes will say is, well, anybody can be in the NRA. A black person, if they want to be in it. See, we lie to ourselves. We allow these people to play psychological witchcraft with us, which is they pee on your leg and tell you it's raining. So they tell you, oh, this can be for anybody. Just like they tell you that stuff. Trump isn't racist. And then he turns around. He said all of this stuff his whole entire campaign. And then he turns around and one of the first people he chooses and selects to be in his cabinet is a straight up white nationalist. I mean, hello? But we sit up here, he ain't racist. He just tell it like it is. I mean,
and this person is still in this chat talking about every nation. What the hell does every nation? That's their thing. If white folks want to enslave white folks, that's their thing.
Let me explain, Black.
What does that have to do? And I know that y'all twist shit around because there's a big difference. Like when they talk about black people enslaved in the African continent. Don't get me wrong, this did happen. But as what's the brother who wrote? He had the journals. He was a slave. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Well, his name started with an O. But as he had wrote, he was a person who was enslaved in the African continent, if you want to call it slavery, as well as under like in Britain, I believe, and under white people. And he said there was a very big ass difference. Like he was kind of part of the family. That's what I was also saying too.
Indentured servitude.
Right, exactly. That's when I was saying too, like when I was explaining the scriptures in regards to the Bible, when it says servants obey, and people are getting that confused. White people took that and totally twisted and manipulated what was meant by that, changing words and shit. And even so, the centuries of the enslavement of over a century of blacks being enslaved in the Americas, going back to this as far back as the 16th century. And really, we've only been, what has it been, just like 50 years. It's only been 50 years that you say that, I guess you want to call that freedom. If you want to call that freedom.
Okay.
You know, so what in the hell? And there's a whole big ass difference between people, let's say like the Irish and if you want to call that slavery. I see, you know, I never seen any documentation in all the documents and journals that I have read. I've never seen the Irish being referred to as slaves. I've seen them referred to as servants, however, but I notice how they really rewrite, even though we've had an Irish president, Kennedy, and
right.
Part of the families. And also I have family members, black family members with Irish surnames, Macmillan, and you know, how is it that there were Irish people? But anyways, you know, right, they twist up shit. What does that have to do with, and like I was saying, you know, it's a difference between those and a lot of these other nations. We were totally stripped of our language, our heritage, our history. Big ass freaking difference. We can't even tell you, even though I have my biblical beliefs, we can't even tell you exactly what nation, what tribe we come from.
Yep.
Big ass difference.
Let me tell.
So please go somewhere. Even though I know the Lulu in the chat room, you're asking this, you're saying the same shit. Like, you want to talk about white on right crime? You know what? I advise you, go watch my video debunking David Duke, where I debunk all that bullshit. I take your statistics, I throw that shit back in your face, you know, and no one's talking about the centuries of white on white crime, right? The barbarians, the Welsh. No one talks about what's going on right now in Russia, dangerous ass place. What's going on with, what was it? Is it Sweden with the rapes and shit? No one is talking about it.
Let me say something to them. They said, explain black on black crime. Now, this is a common, I'm teaching y'all black folks, this is to shut these people up, even though you never really will. But this is a common deflection tactic whenever, and this is also how you can tell when you're dealing with a white person or a non-black person in these chat rooms and stuff like this. It's because anytime you apply pressure, when you really break down white supremacy, the first thing that will fly out of their fingertips will be black on black crime. So let's explain black on black crime. Okay. First and foremost, most crime is what is called intraracial. Okay. That means that most people typically commit crimes to people of their same race. Okay. Now, in America, we know that the living, how things are set up, are very segregated, even still to this day, which you can also thank for redlining by the system of racism, white supremacy, starting in the 1930s, concentrating blacks in certain urban areas and redlining them, and other areas that were going to be almost basically exclusively white, okay? So that the black areas would have higher concentration of law enforcement, they would have less access to resources, they would be zoned off in certain ways so that they get less municipal dollars and budgets and certain things. It's going to be less home ownership. The schools will be a lower quality, in addition to the teachers and this, that, and the other. Okay, so first we got to start with redlining before you can get to black on black crime. So be as it is that we exist in very segregated communities. Okay, if a black person commits a crime, more than likely it's going to be a crime to another black person. That is the same with whites, Asians, Latinos, etc. Okay, so this trying to make black on black crime exclusive is actually is just a misnomer. Okay, most crime is interracial, and then here's the next part.
People are more likely to be hurt or harmed by the people they're around.
Right.
Common damn sense.
And here's the next part to that. The next part is this. The information, the research, the studies have proven time and time again that for so-called Black people, that the biggest prerequisite or predictor of crime or violence is poverty. If you deal with poverty, by default, just simply by proxy, your crime rate, your so-called black on black crime rate, will drop tremendously. Most of the time, it is because we have economically been left out of being a part of the true American dream and all of these other sorts of things because
Yeah.
we have been excluded from that process. You will have people whom are victims then go on to victimize other Black people in their communities. So a part of that is heavily economic, which is unique to other races like white people, who their motivation is typically different for committing crimes. Look it up. The next thing is this: what they won't tell you is that in the last 2 decades, in the last 20 years, that so-called black on black crime, if you want to call it that, has actually dropped by over 67%.
Mm-hmm.
But you will never hear that in the mainstream white media,
See, and
be it
that's why
liberal,
they'll.
conservative, whatever. You won't hear that information. That violent crimes of robberies by young Black males has, in the last several years, has dropped by over 40%. But you will never hear those statistics given to you, will you? And then this is the last one with the black on black crime, black on so-called black on black crime rate. Black people kill other Black people at 90, who is it, 91%, 94% maybe.
Mm-hmm.
With white people, it's in the upper 80 something percent. So the idea that there is this huge glaring difference
Right.
racially is just not true.
And
And again, the Black crime rate is directly connected to the economic instability of Black people, the lack of economic resources included. So learn what you're talking about before you try to
right.
speak something like that, because you never know what Black folk you gonna get.
Right. And usually, like what you're stating with the in comparing the crime rate, okay, usually, unlike with white people, a lot that's going on between Black people, and this is not to take away responsibility from ourselves, but a lot that's going on, it's usually, unlike with white people, it usually is because of white influence in some way. When we consider unemployment, poverty, so of course I would expect for crime in what you want to call the Black communities to be at a higher rate when you look in these communities and there's a higher rate of unemployment, inflation, poverty. Of course, there's you have to deal with environmental racism such as pollution and chemtrails. You got the poor educational system. Of course there would be a higher rate. And then we got to consider the mental scarring. People, oh, you're not slaves today, but those scars that were never healed. Only laws were changed. That these scars, they have been passed down from my grandmother. Why is it when I was a child and I asked, well, why is it that we go through as Black people, why do we go through so much? Why this, and that? And I asked this as a child. An adult loved one of mine said, well, when God made us, he scraped the bottom of the barrel. Now, where the hell did they get that?
Wow.
Yes, this is an older Black person. My family told me this. Now, who in the hell put that in their heads? See, this is shit that's passed down from slavery. And then the person in the chat, and I'm gonna have to go soon, but the person in the chat, they were saying how, if you go into Africa right now, you're gonna find Blacks who own Blacks. Well, let me tell you this. First of all, like I said, there is a difference between the chattel slavery that happened in the Americas. Okay, there's a big ass difference between, big ass chain things put around people's mouths, forcing them to eat shit, keeping their mouths open so they could force shit down their throat. There is a big ass difference between what happened here and in Africa, the continent, and in a lot of cases of what's going on right now in Africa, you best believe it has something to do with Western world or white Caucasoid influence, just like the warring in Rwanda. What caused that? Oh, you had white folks, colonialists, who were telling who were teaching that with their Hamitic theory, teaching that the Watusi tribe, they were Black Caucasoids simply because they were taller people and they saw that they had their what they want to consider to be Caucasoid features, less Negroid, because that's when they came along with the Hamitic theory. And because we're all Black, even though I believe African Americans come from Shem, and many of those native to Africa come from Ham, but we're all Black people, anthropologically speaking. We're all Black people. Okay, we would all be put in the category of the Black race, regardless of what tribe or nationality that we derive from. But anyways, they decided to come up with this Hamitic theory, in the late 19th century. And that was just basically to claim whoever they felt was desirable, claiming that they were, even though these people did not derive from the Caucasus Mountain. And Blumenbach, who basically came up with the concept of race, he, as well as what's the other guy's name, they would have seen them as soil. They didn't even consider Italian people as being white people. They called them soil. But anyways, like I was saying with the Watutsi tribe, so they put them against the other two tribes, particularly the Hutu tribe, which is what led to, and they put them in positions over the Hutu tribe. And this is what led to the warring in Rwanda. So much that you see much of what you see that's going on in Africa, because I didn't even know that the Somalis were like enemies with the Ethiopians, like me living in Chicago where there's a lot of Ethiopians and Somali people, I thought they were all, I didn't know that there was conflict between them. Just like when you look at the Haitians and the Dominicans, who are like enemies, although they're Black people right next to each other. A lot of what you seeing that's going on with Black on Black, it usually always has to do, in most of the cases, with some sort of Caucasoid Western world influence. But white people have been fighting each other since forever. That they have not been able to get along with each other. I remember just watching this thing on Hitler and all that was going on in Europe during the time of World War II, and how they were just killing each other up and shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's the whole idea of the town square, and this is white history they won't tell you about. Please, y'all, get this book. But like you, Lashida, I think I'm going in the go. But
I gotta go too. We gotta go.
Please, y'all, check out this book called Medieval Upheaval, and it tells you all the truth in the dirt and grime about these nasty beasts. And actually, the idea of the town square, that concept actually comes from them torturing people, because that's where they would put, that's what they began to call it, because this is where they would put people that they tortured. This is among white folks. This ain't among Black people. And the concept of the town square came from them congregating while they tortured people. Okay, so this is the mindset of these people. So don't ever, Black folk, get it twisted, or so-called Black people, my Moors, hey, my Hebrews. Look, do never get it twisted that we are the violent, tainted people. If Black people were really the violent people, trust me, it wouldn't be no white folk up in this mother. Like, let's just understand that. Okay, it had to take them conditioning us for so long, and then stripping every ounce of cultural identity we had and replacing it with things that are destructive, things that are, where we hurt each other, where we talk down on each other, and where we value them. So we have to redirect that. We got to turn that around and build unity with each other as much as possible. I know it's not going to happen in mass, but at least small groups of like-minded Black folk who want better and who are willing to come together and do something about it.
Yep, that's
a good note to end on. Right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks a lot, everybody,
Thank you, New
for
Possibilities.
participating.
And I just want to say, New Possibilities, this was a great, it's really great listening to you, Mrs. Legit, as always. You know how to
Thank you, sis.
And all Javen, new possibilities. I'm really glad that we had this discussion because I see that some of y'all are having, so I just realized yesterday that there's a lot of this debating on voting versus not voting. And like I said, this shouldn't divide us, but just really allow us to examine, you know what I'm saying, the decisions that we should make, you know, and how we should, and come to solutions and how we should deal with such things in regards to voting and how we're gonna, you know, and I think this was a very healthy discussion, you know, because like I know you support voting and I no longer vote, but it's so great that we had a balanced discussion because we're looking in the same direction. We want what's best for our people, and that's what we're trying to do. We're not really trying to debate or argue. We're just trying to come to some sort of common ground when it comes to the direction that we need to go in, despite our differing spiritual beliefs of origin. And that's all I want to say. Thank you so much for this discussion, y'all.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for the possibilities. All right.
Thank you. Peace.
Peace.